Like, I want to know
what's the
intelligence, NPC, or whatever the fuck he is a goddamn simpleton. Because here's the thing, I don't give two fucking shits. Here's the problem. None of you fucking morons have any sort of intel that is above what the American intelligence apparatus has.
That's the problem,
As if they have any sort of
I'm just repeating back the same intelligence. I'm repeating back the same intelligence that you have. I'm repeating back the same intelligence that you have.
Okay, I muted the room. We're going to go one at a time. NPC, you went. Please, L, you take the mic.
We got whole ass people on Clubhouse claiming to know more than outside reporting agencies, which is amazing.
Do me a favor, don't make any proof. Never mind that.
Yeah, who's the moron? Anyone who claims to know more, anyone on Clubhouse.
Yeah, you said claims to know more than outside reporting agencies. If you put yourself in that camp, you said someone's a moron on Clubhouse.
Here's what I said. If you can clean the shit out of your ear, anyone, not specific, anyone who cannot realize that sitting here on Clubhouse, you personally do not know more than the intelligence agencies of which we are responding to.
What if we
reporting agencies? You only know what your feelings are. Talk about feelings, that's feelings.
And one at a time, no? Put them down and one at a time.
Thank you. Right. So, L, did you finish? You want to keep going?
No, what I was saying was, before people got all in their feelings, which is amazing.
That wasn't nice.
Oh my God. What, nice? Are you nice? Is this nice?
It's gaslighting.
Should we talk nice? Anyway,
Franklin, go after her, okay? You
know what they do or don't have from a Clubhouse perspective, sitting us or going to work or, shit. None of us. But I'm going to rely on that our intelligence agencies
They
do
don't
know.
care about the truth.
Why do you rely on the intelligence agencies? They are lying to us
Really?
also.
Based on
Wait,
what?
Franklin.
Based on what?
I mean, yeah, the intelligence agencies did tell us that there were WMDs in Iraq, and they were the source.
There are
of
also
the
people
direction.
who actually claimed that there were at some point that they were moved, but let's not talk about.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, there's broad consensus that the intelligence there was wrong.
Is there broad
right? I mean,
consensus?
No, it wasn't wrong. It was lies. But in
Well,
by the way, this is the intelligence agencies telling. By the way, I'm not saying that the intelligence agencies are wrong.
Let me just go as a mod here. I'm not saying that there's not a great case to be made for Iran. I think, again, what I'm saying is Trump, we're in a democracy, right?
I think there's a danger in comparing past conflicts to this in particular, because this has been a problem for decades.
No, I agree, but if you're the president of the United States, right, and you lead a liberal democratic republic, and part of it, public opinion matters, right? Your representatives and things like this, Congress can unfund conflicts and things like that, the War Powers Act and things like this, and you do an action like this, and it might be the most urgent conflict in the past 30 years, but you do it in light of two significant conflicts in the Middle East that were broadly perceived as failures. And so you have to take that into context when you try to bring the people along and tell them why this is urgent. And I think the communication on this has been really poor. And I think, I'm not saying I'm saying its significance merits Trump doing a better job on the messaging. And I think that's been in somewhat of a disarray.
The messaging, Scott, it suggests how to improve the messaging, Scott. It is a very complex how to improve the messaging for both Republican side and the Democrat side. Scott.
There's so many. Let me shut up.
Well, easy answer. I think
Franklin wanted to go after you.
Go ahead.
Franklin, did you want to go?
Thank you.
Welcome.
I want to first say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to apologize for my outburst a little earlier, but it's so the topics we speaking on now are very touchy subjects. We have to realize, okay, now I'm a Muslim. Okay, now I've been practicing practicing Islam since 1991.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. So what now from my perspective, my personal perspective of what it looks like Israel, the Jews, the so-called Jews, and the U.S., the so-called Christians, are attacking the Muslims. That's what it first looks like.
The so-called Muslims, you mean?
Well,
war.
Okay, cool.
All right. Now let him go, please, Dave. It's Franklin's mic.
I'll ride with that. But we have to realize that even back in the 70s, it's always been something with the Middle East and the U.S. It's always been something. They have always labeled the folks in the Middle East as terrorists. That's a known fact. But we don't see them over here attacking the U.S. It's always someone is invading their territory.
But so-called Franklin, you know about 9/11, right?
Of course I do.
Okay, well, I mean, that was done by so-called Muslims.
Okay, but check this out. Now, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because to show you how
I'm glad you're glad.
Bullshit. Yes. So, to show you how that was some bullshit. So, the government said that they didn't know anything about it, right? That this was supposed to be a surprise attack. How come the day the planes went into the towers that all the Jews had called in sick from both buildings?
Well, they didn't actually.
Dude, you forgot to say the Jews, the so-called Jews. The so-called Jews.
Okay, right. The so-called Jew called in sick.
Well, wait, Franklin, do you know what Cantor Fitzgerald is?
Who?
Cantor Fitzgerald, they're an accounting firm. Interestingly, the former CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald is in the Trump cabinet right now. Cantor Fitzgerald is a accounting firm. You maybe can tell from the name Cantor that it's made up largely of Jewish people on the top floor of the World Trade Center, and they were all wiped out. And the brother of Harold Lutnick, who is now in Trump's cabinet. So it isn't true that all the Jews called in sick. In fact, Jews were one of the main victims of this terror attack by Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden.
So-called, Norm. I really
I'm sorry,
Basically, he's the denier.
What's the point of repeating facts to a person who doesn't operate on facts?
Okay. Now check this out, man. Dateline 2020, and I feel the amount of footage that they had. If this is supposed to be a surprise, why did they have all this footage? They showed Muhammad Atta leaving his apartment, stopping by a bar, getting a drink, getting a prostitute, going across the street to the little hotel, and then before he went to the airport. Now they got all this footage. The day the planes flew into the building.
What position did he have intercourse with her?
Can we not entertain this? We have other people who have like Dave was asking amazing questions. Like, can we be in reality?
Yeah, can you be in reality?
If you
NBC,
we want to get back to it. Should Trump resign?
Yes.
Should Trump resign, Franklin? To redeem himself?
I would happen to say yes. I feel he should resign because he's a loose cannon. I agree with certain things that he's doing, but not all of them. I know that nobody's perfect. But as far as dealing with foreign relations, I feel that he should resign because he's a loose cannon.
And by the way, what do you like about what you don't mind me asking?
Well, his view on getting the illegal immigrants out, the folks that come over here illegally, because I know Well, I don't believe in the method that he's doing it, but I believe in the policy that getting these folks out that are not supposed to be here because they taking benefits from people that been here their whole life.
Yeah.
So I agree with that.
Anything else you like that he's doing?
Not in particular.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your submission. I'm glad you got to weigh in there and contribute. I appreciate it. Now, somebody wanted to go next. Was that, who was it? You're welcome. Thank you as well. Is it Beloved? Did you want to weigh in? We haven't heard from you yet. Beloved? Going once or twice?
Your mic, please.
All right. Hang on.
By the way, Norm, this was a lark of a room that I opened up this morning, and look, we've had 1.2 thousand people come to the room and 69 people now, all wanting to weigh in on such a provocative article. What an interesting turn of events, my friend.
Great title, Scott. Appreciate your
Messaging, which Scott talked about. Can we talk about how to improve the messaging, right? So, as I say, the roots of the problem is majority of American has no clue. There are two fractions of Islam called Sunni and Shia, okay? And Shia is 15% and Sunni is 85%. And since 1,400 years, Sunni, the 85%, has been systematically trying to eliminate the future prospect of Shia. And for the minority Shia, 15%, to survive, they have to do all sort of unimaginable survival skill. One of it includes taqiyya, that means to lie and to tell everybody, I'm not Shia, I'm Sunni. That is point number one. Point number two is they have to prepare for the time when they can totally overcome the 85% Sunni by having this end-time ideology. So this end-time ideology is 1,400 years, and it has been their primary objective to overcome the 85% majority. If you are American, you don't understand this, you will never understand what is hell going on in Middle East, period. And that is the root of the failure of messaging from Republican side and the Democrat side. For the Democrat side, everybody is equal, and we have to be non-racist, we have to be political correctness, and we have to be afraid to be called Islamophobia. That means you will never learn the truth and the language of Middle East to understand how Middle East is causing the worldwide problem, period.
Yeah, but in order to accomplish a goal, you don't necessarily need to educate the people entirely, right? We know this in America from all the other politicians that came before this one and his administration, right? All you have to do is have the trust of the people, and that's what's lacking. Messaging or not, if you don't have the people behind you, it doesn't matter what you fucking say. They're gonna focus on their needs at the time, right? All of this, like, you don't know Shia, but he's talking about what the American people will do and right?
But part of gaining support is having the American people understand why we're even there. And Vatican, I don't know how that gets out. I honest to God don't.
You can't
Mostly because we are so divided that people cannot even. I was far less supportive of bombing the fuck out of Libya. Why did we do this? I mean, we literally decimated that place. Why? I still don't know. Talk about messaging. I don't know that
America.
like this matters a whole lot more. If you ask me, this is a whole lot more America first.
It
than
matters
any
a lot
action
to
since
you.
World War.
It matters to you because it
No,
affects.
it matters to the world.
It matters to your world, but
I mean, if you like nuclear war, I guess. Maybe, yeah.
I'm talking. We're talking about. Listen, we're talking about Dave. You just got finished asking and answering questions at the same time. Like, every single response that I've heard is complete. Nothing is grounded in reality. And what I mean by reality is the actual responses, the average American, the actual responses that.
You're projecting. The actual responses that
You're projecting reality, literally, right now.
Hang on. I muted everybody because I think NPC hit on something important, but I'd like to discuss it one person at a time so everybody can really be heard and we can think this through together. We'll crowdsource this question. The question NPC raises, please tell me if I have it correct, is the nuclear threat of Iran, which is the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. So that is the difference between the BS, for example. But let's talk about the perceived and or actual nuclear threat. Let's go NPC first, and then Alan and anybody else will continue. NPC.
So my original answer, it touches on that a little bit, but I'm still gonna say, for some reason, when one dude talks about the so-called Jews, he's never interrupted. But when I'm trying to say something that's actually grounded, I'm always interrupted because you guys aren't gonna interrupt the flat earth. You're
Just
gonna
say what
interrupt
you
me.
need to say.
Wait,
Jesus
so
Christ.
I'm gonna say the
That's
thing.
why I muted the room so you could speak, NPC.
Thank you. So I'm going to say the thing. Every single response has been about ideology. It's about messaging. Oh, people, they just don't know the information. If the average American understood the beef between Sunnis versus Shias, if they understood the nuances of geopolitics and power dynamics of the Middle Eastern region, and the messaging was good, then they'd support the war. No, they would not. Actually, I would go as far to say the more that Americans find out, the less that they're going to support it. That's what we've seen. What do you understand what Americans when Americans voted in Donald Trump, Americans voted in a person, Americans voted in.
I just want to hear what you said. The more we find out, the fewer would support it? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Keep going.
Yes.
Just want to hear that.
So the more Americans learn, the less they support it. And the reason why is because you have to have an event that immediately affects Americans for Americans to sacrifice their dollar. American consumers are not going to sacrifice gas prices, energy prices, fertilizer, food prices eventually going up ×2. They're not willing to sacrifice it because Israel wants Iran to have a different regime.
But
They're
that's
just not
what
going to do
our
it.
administration said, though. They said it was because of the nuclear threat.
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
So it's a question.
They don't
of whether
believe
you
it because
believe that
we
or
just
not.
got rid of the nuclear threat. So how can they believe? So maybe it's come better along because didn't we just stall the nuclear program by a few years last year? So we can't say it's nukes now because we already got rid of the nukes last year.
Okay, but I think we've addressed that. It was found as further nuclear. Al, go ahead. And Dave, go after.
Listen, I'm going into a meeting right now, and if he can't be convinced by outside reporting agencies, I'm sorry, I can't help.
Like the Atomic Energy Agency,
Yes,
for example? Yeah, they said that Iran has 60% enriched, and that's obviously weapons grade. There isn't any dispute about that. So the reason for this war is the nuclear threat of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So who wants to go next?
I go quick one. So, all right, when talk about nuclear threat to the American, you have to talk about two things. The systematic evidence that in order to deliver nuclear weapon to U.S., right, not just to Israel, you need two things. You need to have nuclear weapon and you need to have a means to deliver. And Israel is very near to Iran. But Iran, Murad regime, ambitious is to go beyond Israel. And he tell the world, we only have up to 2,000 kilometers. That's it. But what they've done is when they try to send two nuclear missile to Diego Garcia, that is 4,000 kilometers. So that is a total lie, right? So you're dealing with the Murad regime. As I said before, it's the ideology based on Taqiyya, means it's lying. The only person in Fox News keeps saying that this is a lying Murad regime is General Kane. He always says these people lie, period, right? And he don't use the word Taqiyya because American will not understand. He said keep lying. And then Americans said lying, everybody lies. So what's the big deal, right? So in order to get to America, the Murad regime continuously work with North Korea, use their technology to keep increasing the range. That at the same time lying to the whole world, especially NPC. Whatever truth you say, NPC would not accept it because he lived in a bubble world. His world, right? And his world represents the entire America. One person represents entire 300 million America. But that is not the whole world. The whole world is 8 billion people. All can see the truth. The day when Murad regime delivered 1,000 kilometers, the world wake up because 4,000 kilometers means it will reach the entire Europe. And then, if you look deeper, how long does it take for Murad regime to increase the range to reach New York, to reach range to Washington D.C.? That is where we need to stop it, right? So NPC live in a bubble world. This is total lie. Okay, that is the bubble.
I live in Texas. We don't care about.
When you tell the truth, they will totally get very angry, and that is a symptom of indoctrination. Period.
So Americans, they are tired of being lied to. So first of all, the whole entire nuclear proliferation thing, that worked last year. And it might be able to work again. We haven't seen evidence of it working. Let's talk evidence. I'm not talking about what I think. We're going to look at the polls. We're going to look at the why the Republicans probably won't win the midterms and the Republicans probably won't win re-election. Because of this
Interrupt, please, Alistair.
Americans do not like this on both sides. Okay, so Alistair, answer me this. Americans on both sides.
Wait,
Oh, my bad.
Alistair, you want back and forth with NPC? All right, you want to go after NPC? All right, after you, NPC.
Oh, all right. So I'll be very quick. Everyone keeping, I'm projecting. Everyone says and by everyone, a few people. See how that works? It turns out when you look at the polling, the one single thing that Donald Trump did to fuck up his base, it isn't lying to them about the Epstein files. It isn't a bunch of other shit. It isn't like deporting a few U.S. citizens mistakenly. I'll give him that. It's this war. This war is the single worst thing that he's ever done to his own base in terms of his approval rating with that.
NPC apparently
The majority of the American people do not like this war. It's not my opinion.
Hang on a second. According to the polling, this was done by CNN, only 6% of his base are against the war. That's what they found.
That's not true.
It is true. That's the polling.
And by the way, I voted for Trump in 2016, so I voted for Trump in 2016. I don't even look at CNN as a reputable source.
Well, it's just a poll.
Yeah, but that is that 6%.
Yes.
Norm.
Yes.
Norm.
Yes.
Were you born in America?
Yes.
You understand American, the average American, if they're going to choose between gas price, oil being $200 a barrel versus America not doing a regime war, which would you choose? First of all, a regime change war that's not even working. It's not even like we did. It's not even like we got it. We changed the regime and then we're dealing with the consequences. We got in there. We tried to change the regime. We failed, and we're still dealing with the consequences. It's not even like we won.
Well, my answer to you is, by the way, I'm from New York. I don't know if you consider that part of the United States, because sometimes we feel different. But I understand the importance of a non-nuclear Iran as an American. All right, so Alistair, it's your turn. Did you want to go?
These are the quotes. These are Winston Churchill quotes about the dangers of Islam. How dreadful are the curses which Mohammedanism lays on its votaries, besides the fanatical frenzy which is as dangerous in a man as hydrophobia in a dog. There is this fearful fatalistic apathy.
That's some racist shit, bro.
Please wait till I'm finished. The effects are apparent in many countries. Improvident habits, slovenly systems of agriculture, sluggish methods of commerce, and insecurity of property exist wherever the followers of the prophet rule or live. A degraded sensualism deprives this life of its grace and refinement, the next of its dignity and sanctity. The fact that in Mohammedan law, every woman must belong to some man as his absolute property, either as a child, a wife, or a concubine, must delay the final extinction of slavery until the faith of Islam has ceased to be a great power among men. Individual Muslims may show splendid qualities, but the influence of the religion paralyzes the social development of those who follow it. No stronger retrograde force exists in the world. Far from being moribund, Mohammedanism is a militant and proselytizing faith. It has already spread through Central Africa, raising fearless warriors at every step. And were it not that Christianity is sheltered in the strong arms of science, the science against which it had vainly struggled, the civilization of modern Europe might fall, as fell the civilization of ancient.
Okay, now check this out.
Okay, very interesting
you just
analysis.
read from Churchill.
Frankly, you're up.
Okay, so you just read some, my opinion, some racist shit from Churchill. All right,
Well,
now,
it was against your religion, not against your race, to be fair.
Okay, so peep this. The KKK call themselves the Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. So what you got to say about that?
They're disgusting people. I think
26
we agree.
Muslims still beheading other people. KKK is the history.
No, KKK is a group of people claiming to be Christians, claim to follow the Bible,
It is what
claim
record
to
of
follow the
beheading
Bible,
people
and
in
have been
2026.
killing my people for centuries.
Yeah, they're terrible. By the way, the Jews put them out of business with a lawsuit, Mars D. I don't know if you knew that. They had to literally
So-
be bankrupted because of that.
Okay, so why is they
Franklin, I can
Good old
answer
boys.
you. We're Americans, Franklin. We're not British. We declared independence, eternal and forever. And as Americans, we are all brothers. And I'm not reading that to try to spread hate. I'm trying to actually frame Islam in the way that Winston Churchill saw it in the 20s, serving in the Boer War. It was his observations about their laws, because there are Napoleonic laws, there are Mohammedan laws, there are Thomas Jefferson laws. And I'm just saying that law is the joy of the law is strength. And that's why we voted for Donald Trump, because I think we have been lied to for 25 years personally, but I think Donald Trump as an executive and as a manager was the best option to hit the ballot box. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz would have been epic failures for global security, American security, and for our well-being economically. They are incompetent fools, and Donald Trump is a superior intelligence to those incompetent fools.
Alistair, can I ask a question?
okay?
Do we want to move on?
Alistair, can I ask a question?
I hear Xerxes. Go ahead, Xerxes.
Hi.
A female voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question about the quote that you read, Alistair.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
You said this was after Mr. Churchill's contact with what and when? Because I'm pretty sure this quote is from a book that was written like 20 years before.
Use your little fingers to type in Winston Churchill.
No, Alistair, don't be nasty.
All right, bro.
Alistair, don't
No
be
problem.
nasty.
No, that's cool.
No, that's
That's
not
fine.
cool. Alistair, when and where did he say this? It's a fair question. If you know.
In the chat where I just read it, please hold.
All right. You're gonna check. Thank you. Okay, he'll put a link in the chat. Okay, Xerxes?
Oh,
What else
good,
did you want to
thanks.
contribute? What else did you
No,
want
it's
to
just,
contribute?
I mean, it's just interesting to listen. I try not to give my opinion so concretely on these kinds of things because I like to remark my privilege, right? Like I am comfortable in my $3,000 townhouse in a great city where I rarely have troubles that I have to think about, like especially bombs. Right, so I think it can be.
We're coming for dinner, by the way, so please put your.
Come on over. But it can be like I think sometimes startling to hear people speak so big about things that they have like very little control over. I know it's like an exercise of ideas, and I understand that.
So
And
what's an
sometimes it's
example of the big
necessary.
statement? You mean the Churchill quote?
I mean, like the Churchill quote is, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna wait for Alistair before I make any determinations on what I think that is. But like, you know, statements from like people like Dave who, you know, don't live where I live and maybe are under a different amount of pressure to think about these things versus, I can't remember what the woman's name was who went to a meeting. She seemed to be like very intense about the immediacy in which the United States should handle these things. And you know, I'm a pretty like well-studied like media analyst, so that means like while I don't maybe have like the best and most stable like political knowledge like you guys have, I know like I've heard you guys speak about economics and things like this, I do have like a really deep knowledge of how media is used to encourage and influence people at times like these. So I do find, you know, I'm listening and I find the exhibition interesting and repeatable.
Well,
throughout
Xerxes,
time.
I will say to you that I think the argument is that we've been kicking this issue of the nuclear Islamic revolutionary genocide court down the road for decades in order to try to resolve it diplomatically, and that has failed. And the precedent would be the failure to prevent North Korea, which is obviously also a terrorist state, from gaining a nuclear weapon. And the IRGC was increasing the distance or reach of its ballistic missiles and the power of those ballistic missiles. So you could, at some point, it would have been impossible to stop them from being a nuclear threat. So the time to bomb them, to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon, was long past and had to be done as soon as possible. That would be the argument.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like for me, I think like, you know, talking to people who are Iranian American or Persian American by some other country, and, you know, just witnessing time, you know, through media and stuff, I see this like through a lot of different lenses. And one of the main lenses that comes to mind when I hear people talking about this right now, right, is like how people felt in the 80s and the 70s and the 60s, you know, about these same issues and how,
Right.
yes, correct. And the
Right.
proselytizing of fear being like probably the most
It's a potent weapon. You dropped out. It could have been me. I can't hear her anymore. Can you?
about, you know, times like these, or they'll just tell me in, you know, loads of different countries. And it's crazy how they all remember what these things look and sound and feel like, and decisions that their parents made, and, you know, intentions that their schools did, and it all just, you know, cooler heads prevailed or whatever. So that's there for me. But also, like, I don't know how to contextualize like a bunch of powerful countries who have access to nuclear weapons telling a bunch of other countries who are trying to develop not to have them. I don't know how much that makes
We're
sense.
the good guys. Do you disagree?
I do absolutely disagree.
All right. So
I don't
have
think-
we ever used a nuclear weapon against a non-belligerent country? The way
Well, I mean, even in
the IRGC
belligerence,
has said what?
well, so even in belligerence, if it's used, I think historically when weapons like these have been used, there's like a pull, like it's like pulling your hand back from fire almost, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, we could do the thing, and we're like, you know, our minds are on winning and supplanting what we think power should be in these places and blah, and then you do it, whether, you know, whether it's nuclear or any kind of other large-scale mass killing weapon, right? And then and there's a pullback of like, oh shit, like those are like actual human bodies, and we actually need to think forward so that we don't meet this again.
The one time we used it, I mean, that's a humanitarian consideration, was when we were the only people that had it, and it was to prevent the genocide that Japan was committing in Asia of the Korean people, the Chinese people, the Filipino people, the Polynesian people. They were committing mass genocide. In fact, horribly, even as they were defeated and withdrawing, they were continuing the genocide. They were on a killing spree and couldn't stop. And rather than invading the mainland of Japan, which was the other plan, we decided to use these weapons. And I think it was probably a good decision. That's really the other.
So this is the thing now.
This is why the United States is the good guys, because we use them to prevent the genocide.
Yeah, so I understand that, but then, like, you know, as like a creative, right, like a filmmaking creative, a writer, all of these things, like, I'm capable of reversing that and saying, well, like, in a different timeline where maybe Japan or China or unified Korea or, you know, Russia by way of Kazakhstan, anybody on that side is the more powerful nation. These nations have existed longer than our country,
You mean
right?
Well, that's not exactly true. In an alternative universe, you mean?
Yeah, in a different timeline. If they are, just put them in the place of America, Germany, France, Italy, and the UK, right? All those guys, they have the money, they have the power, they have the markets, all of that. They have the nukes, right? And then they see, you know, new burgeoning America killing off tons of like indigenous people and doing like the whole slave trade thing so that they can get like the East.
They did those crimes too, killing indigenous people and slave trade.
But like, just follow me here. And then they were like, oh, well, we have a nuke and they don't want to stop, so we could just stop them and we drop it. I think the perspective that a lot of Americans have might be different on this if we had experienced these kinds of atrocities.
How would it be different?
I think this scale of tragedy might engage future generations in thinking clearer about the scale of what is possible, right? And I don't think that the United States doesn't do that.
Which is the tragedy in that sentence?
A normal
Like Nagasaki, or you know what I mean? Like, so like if that happened on our land and we knew it as our American selves, it was taught to every generation after, you know, we grieve it. It's a part of us, you know, despite.
So you're anti-genocide, right?
I'm sorry?
You're anti-genocide.
I mean, as much as I am misanthropic and absolutely hate the flesh bags that are called humans, I am anti-genocide, yeah.
Oh, I know, you hate people.
I do hate people, I really do.
I think her primary argument is this, right? If America, Russia, France, UK have nuclear weapons, this is totally unfair based on political correctness, human equal right. Every nation should deserve the right to have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, and I will say this. I will say this on this argument, right? I think that we got the Ukraine to disarm, right, with regard to nuclear weapons, based on our commitment to protect them from Russian aggression, which Trump is trying to waffle on, right? And so, with the example of the Ukraine, and that the Ukraine can't count on the United States to honor its commitments. If I were any country in the world right now, I'd want nukes, because Ukraine would have been in a better position if they had nukes. And so I think, this is, if we want to proliferate, if nuclear weapons are really a problem, and proliferation is really a problem, then we've made a huge strategic mistake in Ukraine, because we've said basically, the best thing for your security is not to trust the United States, but to get it.
Well, you're right, Scott. We're like, what, 30 plus years too late, right? It's been a while since Ukraine has given up the nukes, and that was a strategic flop on their part. And other countries aren't going to make that same flop. Every single country is fully aware that if you're not too big to fail, the only way to protect you from the United States is nukes. In terms of America's ability to bully you, I'm a child of the empire, so when America bullies and it benefits the people, I don't mind. But I was saying, in terms of like the geopolitical conversation, having nukes is really the only way that if Iran gets nukes, which they won't,
But if they did, I won't be afraid for my life. The entire point of nukes is that you don't have to use them. If they ever used them, they wouldn't exist. And it would be justified. I don't think that they'd use them. And I'm against
that they would.
You live in an alternative, imaginary world like what Zeros is hoping for, right? So in
I think you're cutting me off. I think you're cutting me off. I think I'm saying something. Well, what the fuck? What the actual fuck, Chinese guy? I'm not even saying anything that bad. I'm literally. What I'm saying is a little bit nuanced.
People racist.
No, but why when I speak
left?
But I'm not used to being cut off in this room. Like, this isn't my control space, so why can't I just finish an idea?
Information that is totally
To be fair, he has been cut off every single time he has spoken. Just
I'm
put
saying
that
isn't
out.
even that bad.
I mean, it's not a complaint room. People don't want to hear you complaining nonstop.
I'm not really complaining.
Just saying.
I'm complaining now. Yeah, that's what I try to do every single time I do it. I get cut off. Like, and what I'm saying isn't even.
Let NPC finish his.
I have no fucking idea.
Dave goes after. Okay, Dave.
I support the United States. If I had to choose between Palestine and Israel, I choose Israel, even though both of y'all are on some bullshit. But I don't know what the fuck y'all idiots want to hear. Like, at the end of the day, the American people, they're not in the position to sacrifice their wallet so that Israel can gain more power in the region. American people aren't that right now.
And that's not
maybe if it was 20 years ago, sure.
Right. So we don't. America doesn't want to do that. America shouldn't do that, and America isn't doing that.
Yeah.
Frank,
If
Dave,
you want to
go next?
protect America, you want to
Speak a
protect
little
America.
loudly and more slowly, and try to be very much like logical
If you
and
want
clear
to
and
protect
factual.
America's citizen, right, you have to first do not go and fantasize alternative world or whatever. This is the world we are living now, right? The argument is, what can we do in this world? And you have a Mura regimes, when a kid know how to talk, that indoctrinate them. Follow me, kill the America, death to America, death to Israel, right? So they systematically indoctrinate the people. How do you actually realize this, right? So you have to make sure the West do not believe this is happening, so they have to indoctrinate the West. We just talk for fun. You can come up with imagination world. We just singing for fun, right? And now they are making progress, right? Since 47 years. To destroy America, you must have a missile delivery program that can reach America, right? And then you must have enriched uranium. And during the negotiation, they say we have 460 kilograms or 60%. This is all coming from them. But they are, since 47 years, they know in order to achieve the goal of destroying America, they have to indoctrinate the American, right? And the Middle East put a lot of money to the university and all this thing in order to indoctrinate the America, to train the America to, when you argue, start thinking about very creative alternative world, and so that the truth will not be told to the America. Thank you.
I don't know why it seems like you're attacking the parallel universe that I was describing to Elle. We were having a conversation about how I see things, right? And this doesn't actually have to do with like necessarily being indoctrinated not to believe or not to want, like, I don't know what this fantasy world you're talking about is. I come from a military family. Trust me, I know the spiel, all of the spiels, bro. I'm just saying
Facts, not imaginary.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I guess my entire perspective is that there needs to be a time where cooler heads prevail, and the immediate thing isn't for old world empires to knee jerk to like blood, right? Like,
You think it's a knee
if
jerk? I mean, they've been threatening
I
us
think
for
I
40
absolutely
years.
think I absolutely think that this year, right now, in this time, is a knee jerk, right? You have no support from your own government. You have no support from your former allies,
For which government? The American government?
right? Like, did Trump like clear what he wanted to do in Iran with the government?
Trump is the government. Well, if
No. I mean, like, no.
beforehand, then it wouldn't be as
No. When I say the government, I mean all the branches of power.
Like, well, the judiciary isn't a part of this. So he has the support of the Republican majority in Congress. So yes, he does.
So this war is totally legal.
Of course it's legal. Why would it not be legal? What's illegal?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Because they're trying to say that the war never ended. So ever since the hostage, in terms of legality, Trump can finesse the legality. But the legality for me is the least interesting part. The reason why they attacked right now is because they thought that the Iranian regime was the weakest it's ever been, because they felt like their citizens would help them overturn the government as soon as the U.S. went in. That's the reason why they didn't go in. They didn't. But like the whole entire pretense. My thing is that the pretense that you guys are using is a lie, and you don't need to lie.
I didn't invade Iran.
No. The pretense that you guys have been pushing in this room is a lie.
Wait,
and
it's a nuclear threat?
yes, it's a lie.
It's not a lie.
Yes, it is.
A lot of people think that you are a liar. Everything you say is a lie. You're projecting.
It's disruptive. NPC, when Witkoff started the negotiations, the IRGC rep said we have enough nuclear material for 11 bombs. So you're saying that the regime is lying too? Everybody's lying?
No, but they didn't invade. What I'm saying is that the reason why this happened in the way that it happened this year, the reason why we overthrew the regime isn't because of nuclear weapons.
That's the reason.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
It's
What's the problem?
I want to introduce.
Yeah, it's one of them, but it's not like they were rediscovering their nuclear program and we're like, you know what?
NPC,
This is the reason why we're going to kill every single one of them.
Hello? NPC,
No, that's not what.
This is called reality, aka politics, where all communication is either projection or politics or it's spam or it's hypnosis. Communication is what we're talking about here, and unfortunately, you have to admit that what you're saying is just opinion. What we're saying is just opinion. I don't believe you can actually even tell us the difference between an opinion and a fact.
Well, don't make it personal and take us off into some weird communication Marshall McLuhan thing. I want to talk about what... Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to bring up a point about the U.S. controlling or trying to control other countries with weapon development. So we know Russia already have nuclear capability.
Big time.
And there was no argument when Russia invaded Ukraine for no fucking reason.
We did argue with
it. They got to shooting up a lot of motherfuckers. And then Trump even went and told the Ukrainian president, sit down, basically sit down, shut the fuck up, and sign this peace treaty and let us come on in and take your resources. But because Iran ain't with that program, now all of a sudden it's a problem. See, the U.S. pick and choose who they want to bully.
Wait, what's the bullying? Which part is the bullying?
Yeah, what's the bullying?
So the bullying is like I'm saying, so they say that Iran has nuclear capability and they gonna turn it and use it on somebody.
Iran says that too, by the way. Iran says that.
Okay, that's fine. But they don't have it yet. Russia already have it and then already invaded a country. And they ain't saying not one motherfucking word. So Russia and the U.S. ain't all words.
We told them and we couldn't stop them. So now we're supplying weapons. to
Oh,
Ukraine.
okay, so a slap on the hand, stop it.
Well, Franklin, the whole entire reason why they don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon is so that they're not in a position of Russia, because we actually can't do anything to Russia, to be honest, because they have one. That's the whole entire point of the reason why we don't want Iran to have one. So was it Operation Midnight Storm, whatever the fuck it was called? When that operation was happening last year, I was happy. I was like, and I supported it because that's a good thing. Slowing down the Iranians getting nuclear weapons is a good thing. Not because I think that they're going to use them, but because if they acquire them, it shifts the power dynamics in the region, and it's not good for the American petrodollar. I'm a child of the empire. Anything that supports the American petrodollar supports me indirectly. Okay? But let's not sit here and lie and act like the reason why we went to war with them now is because... Yeah, I'm Stormtrooper. Let's not sit here and lie and act like the reason why we went to war with them now is because they're getting close. Never mind. John, you could go ahead and say
It's not only the nuclear abilities that they have. You can just see now their response to this war. They're just shooting missiles at everybody. So they're very much unhinged. And one of the things that we've always worried about, one of the reasons why the world, especially Europe and America to an extent, didn't want to pressure Iran into anything was because we were actually afraid that they would cut off the Strait of Hormuz. And from what I've read and seen online, is that most of the U.S. and Israel were shocked in a way that they did that. So the fact that they did that without even having a nuke as of right now is pretty scary. It sets a possible precedent for the future, right? And the fact that, and like, let's be real, we're in this partly because of October 7th. They are setting up proxies there and all over the world that want to attack not just Israel, but our interests as well, right? They are the reason why October 7th happened. The only reason, the way that they wiped their hands clean is because they didn't know a date. They gave them funding. They gave them knowledge about how to create missiles. They gave them all the spy knowledge that they have. They've been fronting up Hezbollah for 30, 40 years. And all of a sudden, they're like, oh, October 7th? Oh, what a surprise. We didn't know it was going to happen. They knew exactly it was going to happen. They just didn't know a date. So they separated themselves from it. They're bad people. They need to be removed. I know the war right now, which is like probably the biggest psyop that they've created, with their Lego AIs on YouTube, a bunch of 20-year-olds that created this, have made us think that this is a useless war and this has nothing to do with anything. These people need to be removed from the earth, and they need it to happen now. And if you just let it happen, it'll happen, and we'll have a little bit of a hurt in our pockets for a while, for a little bit, I think. But these people cannot be in power, and if you could just finish the job, which we can, and it won't be nothing. Not everything's like Iraq. Not everything's like Afghanistan. Not everything was like those wars. This is different. And these people are really horrible people. They kill their own people. They rape their own people. They've been doing it for years and years. They've threatened us, America and Israel and the West now for years and years. They need to be removed. And the biggest psyop in the world is the fact that we're even having this discussion. Like, oh, well, are we losing the war? I don't know. Like, did Netanyahu push Trump into it? It's insane. So that's all I'll say, and I'll give the mic.
So Trump must resign.
Franklin, did you want to interject something? Franklin, I saw you come off before. All right, Dave.
Is that what you mean?
Can't hear you, Dave. Much louder. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
the topic is Trump must not resign until. Sorry. What I'm trying to say is, what John trying to say is, according to the topic here, John wants Trump to finish the job. So resignation is out of question. John, is that your key?
Yeah, this is like enough already. Like everyone's saying this takes away. Also, by the way, the fact that Iran is keeping the focus on them. Hey, look how bad the U.S. is. Look how bad Israel is still. Oh my God! Look how we're the victim. We're the victim. That's what they're saying. We're the victim. Look at all this destruction. They're not even showing the destruction. They're just telling you about it, right? So like it's all a psyop, and we're all falling for it. and we're all unfortunately voting in people, or starting to, that are becoming more isolationist. All of the major podcasters on the left and the right are always talking about this. They're taking away from every problem that we have domestically, right? Affordability, real estate, gun laws, abortion, rights being taken away there. It's all being sucked out because of what's going on over there. So if we were able to finish it and finally put this to rest, we were able to focus on what's here instead of having these conversations that are going circular and circular.
So, what do you call finish it?
Destroying them, getting enough time for at least them to be so weak that hopefully the Iranian people there can do something about what they have, or for them to be either regime change, or they can be so weak that they can't do shit anything else. They can't arm their proxies. They can't shoot ballistic weapons to Europe, which they can now, and they don't. And they answer to us and the rest of the world. They don't answer to anybody else.
So wait, are you saying like? I'm so sorry. Like, are you saying?
Is this comedy?
I think I'm like, yeah.
That's why you're laughing.
I think I did. Oh, did you get that? Did you get that information from me yet, Alistair, or was it in the chat? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Another creative alternative work.
Yeah, trying to belittle me won't work, but I just don't know if I'm following the part that you said, John, about like focusing on like things that are plaguing America, right? Like finishing this so that we can focus on us, right? Basically.
I mean, that's what a lot of people are saying, right? Why are we, quote unquote, all the terms now, giving money to Israel? Why are we going to war? Blah blah blah, right? Because it's taking away from issues here. Correct. That's the overarching theme, at least in the podcast world, and where people look at a lot of that information. Right. So that's what if we could just finish what's going on over there, the world could be a little more tame and a little more together, and and have less of all these unnecessary but deadly distractions. We'd be able to focus on a little more here, not just kicking the can down the road and becoming more isolationist and having Russia and China get into the mix and have Europe fall apart. And have all these other countries fall apart. Let's focus on getting this cancer removed so we can then focus on what we need here. We are a rich country, and people can see that. And if we just get rid of this distraction, this horrible distraction over there, that's obviously that they're taking advantage of the world, then we can start focusing on what's here, not just turning a blind eye and having a mass destruction going on over there.
Okay, but isn't the series... I think I hated it back when October 7th happened and Israel responded. People acted like they didn't know why Israel was responding that way. Like, there's 2 weeks before Israel responded where everyone was afraid for Israel, oh, you poor Israelis, they just got terrorist attacks. And then as soon as Israel responded, now Israel's the bad guys. Right.
But moderators were celebrating October 7th attack. They were celebrating the chaos, the murder, the slaughter, the desecration of humans, the terrorism. They were happy as could be, dancing in the streets on this app.
Yeah, let me tell you about Israel. Let me tell you about Israel.
What the hell? I wasn't finished.
2 years back.
No, nigga, I wasn't done.
NBC, you're right.
Like, bro, every time let me just finish. No, I wasn't done. Let me just finish.
I don't think the room one at a time, NPC, and then Franklin, please.
Yeah.
No, I'm preferring not no N-words.
NBC, you're right. We had 2 weeks of sympathy.
Yes. So I'm saying that because I remember. I'm an equal opportunist. I remember on both sides. I think it's very incomplete to say they just went crazy. Everyone's afraid. If Iran sends missiles to another country, the only thing that they're hitting are U.S. bases. There's a few instances of a straight missile hitting a random building, but mostly they're attacking U.S. assets in foreign countries. That's number one. And then the biggest thing is, isn't there a reason why they're sending so many missiles? What did we do to make them take off the condom and start sending in more missiles? Like, what did we do? Did we, I don't know, maybe kill every single one of their leaders and everyone associated with them? If any country, if any country, I'm not supporting Iran in this. I'm just saying, if any country suffered even 1% of what Iran has suffered, we'd be at nuclear war. If a bomb hit Trump and killed Trump and all of his cabinet, we'd be at nuclear war.
Iran did try to assassinate him. That is a good point.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if they got away with it, we'd be at nuclear war. Period.
Well, not nuclear war. So then there's no, we're not going to.
I don't think y'all.
We've nuked people for us.
No, we haven't. We've only nuked people one time, and that was for genocide.
Yeah, for less. And the Japanese didn't commit genocide.
Not less. We nuked Japan for genocide.
No, we nuked Japan because we didn't feel like sending our troops in. That's the reason why we nuked
them, because they were committing genocide across Asia.
They wouldn't care. The government wouldn't care. The military.
Okay, well, let me make this point right quick, y'all.
America wouldn't care.
So, do y'all remember a few years back when Israel and Palestine was fighting over the Gaza Strip?
No. What do you mean Israel and Palestine? Like, you mean Hamas, the terror group?
Yes. Well, let him finish the question.
Israel and Palestine was fighting over the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
Palestine is over in Judea and Samaria, and Gaza is Hamas.
No, we don't.
We're not really Palestine.
Whatever, but it was the Gaza Strip, so you know what I'm talking about.
Well, you're talking about Hamas, the terror group.
Okay, so they showed footage on TV of children chucking rocks at tanks.
Okay, they shouldn't do that.
The Israel soldiers gun them children down.
Right. Well, if you throw a rock at an armed man, what do you think is going to happen? What would you?
Child over.
Yeah. Well, what?
So
I think
you mean to tell me
if you throw a child. Wait, if you throw a rock at an armed man, what do you expect him to do?
No, they didn't throw a rock at an armed man.
Yeah, they threw the man at the soldiers.
They showed them going, so when you down and killing a child because they chucked
No, I'm saying, I asked you a question. If you threw a rock at a soldier, what do you think is going to happen?
The worst is they indoctrinate the children in Gaza so from very young, kill the Jews. Now, 6 of you.
Well, you think they're going to take away the
From a rock to a grenade.
The answer is killing. The answer is children chucking rocks is killing.
Why did they turn soldiers into
Children grenade.
Kill Jews from very young. Frankly, stop the argument. So NPC argument is, what should Iran do to provoke them to shoot everybody? The question is, why Murad regime since 47 stockpile 3,000, 4,000 ballistic missile? Why do they do that? See, NPC argument is always flawed.
Wait, Dave, you just wait, didn't the United States just validate their reason of stockpiling missiles? We just killed all their leaders in like one day, and we've been killing their leaders, a lot of them, for a long time, not for no reason, but like to sit here and act like the Iranians have no incentive to have the same thing that other countries have, which is missiles. I don't.
Right? In 1979, they deceived the French left. Please help us to throw the regime. And the French left is stupid like you. And then since 1979, their only goal is like what John said: systematically deploy all proxy all over the world, including Venezuela, South of America. Why? Because they want to plan for the end time. They want their proxy all over the world, in Azerbaijan, everywhere, right? To coordinate the end time, right? So this is a fact. This is an action-driven fact. The proxy, everything you can find, Google, you can find that. Why Iran regime doing this since 1947? Point number one. Proxy all over the world. Point number two. Develop a lot of ballistic missiles. If they just care about attacking Gulf state, they just need about 1,000, less than 2,000 kilometer range, but not. They prove they can deliver 4,000, right? If you just want nuclear uranium for civilian use, then you don't need to go beyond 5% enrichment. But they told them 60%, 460 kilograms enough for 11 nuclear. All these are evidence that you can Google. If you live in an alternative world, fantasy world, everything I say is bullshit.
Okay.
All right, so let me ask a question. Please, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question.
Can I join, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Maziar. I'm originally Iranian. I was born in Iran, in Tehran, capital, and I've been living in the UK for the last 25 years. So many people like me, they may, thank you so much, thank you. I love you. But many people in my situation, they may call themselves British Iranian or Iranian British. I don't mind. Okay, I don't mind. I have been, just to be honest with you, I hate Iranian government, the Islamic Republic. What I've suffered from the Islamic regime, I can't talk about that. Yeah, okay. I hate the Islamic Republic of Iran, but I love Iran. Okay, the government is different from Iranian people. No, I've heard few things. I just want to be honest with all of you. When we talked about, I've heard from you that Iranians or Iranian government is supporting Hamas or terrorist groups. Let's be honest. What about the U.S. government? First of all, we have to agree about the terms, about some terms. Who is terrorist?
A terrorist
What do you
is
mean?
a non-state actor.
When you say terrorist, I don't mind. Listen,
I'll give you a
listen.
definition. A non-state actor that kills civilians for a political reason. Yeah, I'm just giving you the definition.
No, listen to me.
Yeah.
You invade. You have the most powerful army in the world. You have the most powerful air force in the world. You attack. You go to another country. You take the president of that country as a hostage. You bring it back to USA. Thank you. You have the power. You have, because you're powerful, you could say, I did it because I have the power. I am the powerful government, the most powerful government in the world. I could do whatever I want. Okay? Let's go back to Middle East. I'm Iranian. I have suffered from Iranian government, the Islamic Republic. I can't even say how much I hate the Islamic Republic of Iran, the government, but I love my country. Okay? And now Trump, this stupid administration, they say I could destroy your civilization. I have the power. I know you have the power. You can. But someone comes and says, Mazia, you are Iranian. I don't care about you. You are against Iranian government. I don't care. I could destroy your civilization in a night.
Okay, Mazia, there are many Iranian freedom-loving Iranian all over the world, all are thanking Trump right now, right? So when Trump make that statement, they don't care because they know when Trump says civilization is the 1,400 years of civilization behind the Murad regime. That is not the Persian civilization. So there are two kinds of
No,
civilization.
please stop.
And
First of all,
10%
no.
Iranian who want to support Murad regime. When Trump says civilization, it means the entire 90 million. No. When Trump says civilization, it's the 10 million Iranian who are paid by the Murad regime.
So you are a dictionary for Donald Trump. You are trying to fix the stupid things that Donald Trump said. Are you a dictionary? Are you a dictionary of Donald Trump?
Let's go one at a time. Dave, wait a second.
Shut up.
Dave,
You cannot.
let's go one at a time. First Mazir, then Dave, okay? Mazir, take as much time as you need, and then Dave can go. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. When somebody who's in power says something, actually makes everything badly, screws everything, and then some people who love that person, maybe stupid Donald Trump, some people come and try to fix the problem. No, Trump said that, but he was meaning this. Okay? I'm a human being. I know. I'm talking to you. When you say something, I know what you mean. Okay? I don't need someone else to come back and say, Mazir, you have been talking to maybe, I don't know, Scott? I don't know.
There are 90 million
We're just trying to make the
When
point.
he said that,
If you
he
have
was
a point,
meaning
make a
that.
point.
No,
Do you have a point to make, sir?
You know, when you say something, you are responsible for what you have said.
His point is that he
I
doesn't
don't
want
need someone else to come and
destroyed.
explain to me, no, he was not meaning that. We are not dictionaries. We are human beings.
He's
All right,
gonna
fine,
end it.
Wait, what was the point of that? You're a human
So,
being.
moderators, if you could please take control of the room and get us back on topic. Should Trump resign will that redeem Trump if he resigns? Or do you think Trump is even concerned about redeeming himself? He said he thinks he might be going to hell, but he said it facetiously. So the problem is, I always think that the solution, or really the conflict, is because of a lack of philosophical understanding. And I'm interested to see, because Xerxes earlier said she hates everybody. She hates people. She hates I know she's being facetious because I understand what she's saying, meaning that there's a lot of conflict and friction, which is uncomfortable. And so I want to avoid it. She wants to live in her little work-from-home bubble and her $3,000 a month townhouse. But the rest of the world does not live like that. If you go to Gaza, if you go to Iran right now, if you go to Lebanon, it's a hellhole, but that's because people choose violence and weapons and terrorism instead of a real economy. And so all I'm trying to say is, you know, all communication is hypnosis, but it's also projection, it's also politics, it's also spam. It's your choice what you want to listen to today right now. Hello?
Yeah, but they choose to live in suffering as a wild statement.
No, but they actually, they do. So if you ask the person, do you want to suffer? They're going to be like, no. But if you want to, so right now the Iranians, there's a good chunk of them who actually, go get this money, then shut the fuck.
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer the topic because that's what Alistair asked for. And I want to aid Al in his efforts to maintain a clean room. I typed this in chat before I came up. I don't know. I think that it's too far gone for Trump to resign. I think it would be weakness in his legacy, which I know he's very concerned about, for him to be removed or to, peacefully leave for whatever reason other than death. I don't know. I don't.
Don't let other people speak, please.
Bro, do you have a problem?
Because you live in the fantasy world.
Because I've been incredibly receptive to listening to you through your accent. I've been patient enough to listen to what you had to say. So I'm going to continue speaking, and I'm going to finish my point, and you're going to stay on mute.
Dave, do me a
Cool.
favor. Just respond when she's done, okay? You can go next, all right?
Yeah. So basically, it's a short point anyway. Like, I just don't think that Trump is interested in redemption. I don't think he ever was ever in his life, to be honest. Maybe from his dad, but like certainly not from us lay people. And I don't think that it would be lucrative to his legacy or the intentions for his future generations. I think it would be weak, which he's concerned about looking like in front of anyone. And I think it would further destabilize the position that America currently has. Okay, see you later.
Thank you. Basically, when we discuss, we can either discuss based on truth, based on statistically significant truth, there are many truths, or you attack based on one point, and then you disallow other people to go beyond one point. So that's your only chance to win the debate. So when you say that I don't care about anything he say except when he says civilization destruction, that is the only point I care. I don't care about other things he do. For my opinion, that is the most important thing. Yes, agree that is very important, but your opinion does not represent a lot of freedom-loving Iranian in multiple cities in the world, all thanking Trump, come and save us, okay? They all ignore Trump saying civilization erasure because they know that means the erasure of the Murad regime based on 1,400 years of civilization that is foreign to the Persian civilization. That foreign civilization must die so that the ancient original Persian civilization will emerge like a phoenix, and that is the whole point. So if you only focus on one thing he say by mistake that you don't understand and stand on your argument, this is not the room for you to continue. This is a room where people who are intelligent, who do not start with the argument that I'm in the media, I like to talk about alternative scenario.
Dave, you don't have to be that pejorative about somebody's intelligence and things like that. Just it's not cut.
Also, the question should be answered with a presupposition that you are giving your opinion, in which case there is no debate on my opinion. It's objective. So you cannot argue subjectively how I fucking feel, bro. So pipe down.
People can't argue against you subjectively. The entire conversation is always subjective. This is obviously, subjective, not objective. What I'm trying to say is that all communication is essentially hypnosis. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So essentially, it's all political communication all the time. I'm just trying to suggest that if you want true joy, if you want true peace, just become a lawyer or an attorney, because the law is essentially nonviolent. And that's where I think everybody wants to be. I'm a socialist. I want equity for everybody. I don't want homelessness. I don't want disease. I want equal opportunity for everyone to achieve their dreams and goals and prosper. Abundance economics. Everybody wants the same utopia. But you're the problem. It's people like you who refuse to see philosophy as the solution to all of your own personal dilemmas. Therefore, you're polarized with political propaganda. It's up to you, though, to choose philosophy over your own bullshit. I am complete.
Facing here is 1933. Right? We saw a Nazi regime coming up. Everybody say silent. Peace, peace, peace. 1938 Munich, right? They signed the agreement. Okay, it will be peace. And the UK Prime Minister, look, I have the document. Peace, peace, peace. Okay, but then we end up World War II. And then a couple of years later, Winston Churchill wrote in his book, when you have a time, opportunity to stop the war and you say nothing without bloodshed. And then when you have a time to stop the war with some bloodshed and you say nothing, right? Until when you have absolutely no other option but completely subjugation with little hope of surviving, and then you fight. What Trump is doing right now is different from the last 7 presidents. The last 7 presidents all briefed by the CIA. This is the fact. Iran, Murad regime is so crazy. It has the end-time ideology. He would block Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, and bring the whole world into chaos. What would you like to do? Every single one of the last 7 presidents do nothing because they may lose the election. They would cause exactly what MP said. We are worried about our daily oil, gasoline price, blah, 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 and everything. All single one has 0 ball, has tiny little ball and do nothing. And they never learn from what Winston Churchill wrote and said, how to prevent World War II. Until 2026, they come up one with the biggest ball against all the no courage president of the past, the last 7, and doing the right thing, irregardless what consequence, because that is the right thing to do. The right thing to correct the mistake the French left made in 1979 to escort Ayatollah to the Thailand. And President Trump is correcting the history, and everyone here is living in a political correctness, ideological, left-driven world, not to see the truth and ignore the history. That is the problem.
Trump's approval rating with the Republican Party currently stands at 83.8%, according to Real Clear polling average. Fox News has him at 84. Quinnipiac has him at 89. Big Data Poll has him at 82. Economist YouGov has him at 82. CBS News has him at 88. This is, again, amongst Republicans. I don't understand the question. Should Trump resign? Why would he resign? He's popular amongst his party, the people that elected him. You could disagree with him or agree with him. That's fine. That's fine. You're right. But I mean, I skimmed over the article that's posted at the top. It's insane. The article's insane. It's somebody who obviously just doesn't like Trump and has an axe to grind with him. And that's fine. Again, they have every right to have the opinion. William S. Becker is an opinion contributor. But the entire premise of the article is his resignation is his last chance at redemption is silly. Why would he resign? He's popular amongst the people that voted for him.
It's not that Trump is trying to rewrite history. Isn't everyone rewriting history all the time right now? Even your very existence in this room is an experiment in history in the making. Link is in the chat. Welcome back to Should Trump Resign Immediately? Will he redeem his soul? Will he redeem the soul of the nation? Hello? I think a lot of people are trying to say here on this app if they believe in the apocalypse or the New World Order or some kind of far-out religious interpretation, because there's a lot of people in cults, let's be honest. I mean, I've seen crazy cult videos, and these are people who, in my opinion, are isolated, they don't have access to information. We're all very lucky to have a social conference call where people from all around the world can come and complain. I recently started the Jewish Complaint Department, another house here, and if you want to complain, we will take your complaint and create a room about it.
I'm gonna complain.
What is redemption anyway? What the fuck are you talking about?
He's tweaking. Dude, he's tweaking, really.
Go back what Scott started, how to improve the messaging.
Anybody knows Trump's personality, and you've even seen the biographic film about him and the 3 rules of his world famous lawyer, Ray Cohen, you will understand if he implements the 3 rules of Ray Cohen, Trump can't be stopped. He's a bullseye. Nothing stops a bullseye. And so if you hate Trump in your heart, it's my opinion that the orange president and his blonde wig and his blue suit and red tie could be your moment of enlightenment, of liberation. I know many Trump haters that live with pain in their back. They live with pain in their hamstrings. They got bad hips. They got shoulder pain, elbow pain, arthritis all around the body. But if you were to use Donald Trump as your path of liberation in the same way that you could use the Buddha or Moses
What is happening?
Donald Trump! But I'd be absolutely
Are you in Kitover?
and all communication is magic. All communication is politics. All communication is hypnosis. All communication is projection. And all communication makes the listen to me screaming to my phone for the conference call app. It is the right now. You can hit the leave button right now, but you choose to listen.
Do it all again in German.
Yes, please. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Wow, maybe that's what happens if you spend too much time here. I don't know. It's my first time.
Did he leave? Oh no, there he is. Oh. Kitover, my man. What's going on, buddy? He's
facetious, but you know, I listen to a lot of psychonauts, and you know, Trump just signed this MDMA or this psychotic, psychiatric, So what I'm trying to say is that basically it's supposed to treat severe depression, and I think there are a lot of severely depressed people on Clubhouse. But at the same time, I think intelligence is probably the natural way to alleviate depression, and that means books. And in my PTR, I have a book, which is the Isis tablet, which is a hieroglyphic ancient papyrus, or actually it's a copper bust plate. Anyways, it's just art. And so all I'm trying to say is be creative if, you know, your life is retrograde and it's not going so well. The problem with Islam today is that they're still living in 1655 or 1455. It's not 2026 to these people. And that's the danger, because when science and AI catches up with Islamic terrorism, the industrial Islamic terrorism complex, the world has a very, retrograde philosophy. If you're a woman and you analyze Muhammadan law and you realize you're just property and you're always tied to the hip to the man and you want to be liberated, not in Islam, baby. We own your ass. And that's why women have to endorse the war, because women hold up half this. and you should accept personal responsibility for this war for a woman. And until I hear you accept personal responsibility, I don't believe a woman has ever accepted personal responsibility for a war. Because this is a war against philosophy. And the Islamic philosophy is terrorism, sexual dominance, and all kinds of other disgusting Mohammedan laws, which I'm not exactly sure about, because I am not a Muslim. I am.
The Trojan War, of course, was about Helen.
So you just mean the women of the GOP then, right? Alistair,
The women of the GOP
are you taking a break?
women on earth.
Oh. Okay. Why do you feel like that?
Well, Trump is a rapist. So you begin there.
Well, you think he's a rapist? You think he's a pedophile? You think he's a cannibal? What planet do you live on, sir?
Okay.
And this guy's like a wind-up toy. He's gonna go do another bump apparently. Jesus.
No, these are things I hear on the app. My brain is like a recording box. I'm repeating back to you the bullshit that I hear projected from this conference call app called Clownhouse, which sells
So
all
why
your
don't we
data.
focus on one thing at a time? Was it Trump
Okay,
who said,
Billy Sunshine,
was it Trump
tell
who
us
said,
where we're
shut
at.
the fuck up and listen for a minute? Thank you.
All right, Billy Sunshine.
Was it Trump who said, grab him by the pussy? You can do that when you're famous? Was it Trump who was found guilty of sexually aggressing on a woman? Was it Trump who had to pay off dozens of women? True or fact? False or true? What do you think?
True or fact?
Yeah, really, sorry.
You amended himself.
Epstein files, and you know who I saw in the Epstein files? I saw Bill Clinton in every single fucking file having a good old time with Jeffrey Epstein. The best fucking time. I didn't see Donald Trump having the best time with Jeffrey. But I did hear where Trump called the Miami PD and said, you gotta take care of this fucking guy. He's a problem.
Wait, you didn't see Trump having a good time with Jeffrey Epstein? In like the multiple photos? Oh,
Someone's not
okay,
telling,
okay.
someone
For
on
sure,
the
for
back
sure.
can't tell the truth because they have what's noticed.
No, I think he's
He has Trump derangement syndrome,
no, he's
which is not what they call
I
it.
can't even tell.
Trump derangement syndrome is what
My
everyone
lord.
who follows Trump has. If you don't understand that Trump is the worst thing that ever happened to this country, you're not paying attention. It's Trump
Worst thing.
who has
Really?
tried to stop science in the CDC and places like Harvard. It's Trump who allowed Musk and his boys to get in there and destroy USAID, and now 600,000 people have fucking died.
So now
It's Trump who doesn't let the Congress do their job. Everything about America that is good, Trump is attacking. He's our Orban, and we have to treat him the same way as Orban. It's Trump whose best friends are all dictators, not our traditional friends. Trump is a disease, and we've caught it, and we need to get rid of it.
Well, see,
But
that's
the
why I
idea
say
that-
Billy Trump
the
could be
idea that he
your
would
moment
ever-
of the
hang on.
fight there.
I'll be finished in a second. The idea that he would ever resign, that's insane. He's incapable of that.
Of course, he's not going to resign. He would never go with this. Nixon says he even regretted it. You would regret that decision because then you got Hillary Clinton giggling and laughing that she ruined your life. And if you want to go down that path as a man, you are a stupid man. And so, Billy Sunshine, all I'm saying is that all communication is projection. How much of yourself do you see in Donald Trump?
Too much, I'm afraid. I eat the same way he does.
But you're I can't get over what you said though. You said Trump is the worst thing to happen to America.
Yeah.
Like worse.
And I used to work for a guy on
worse
my
than-
radio station
worse than
who thought Trump
slavery.
was the best president we ever had. Man,
Worse than slavery.
no.
You just said that Trump is the worst thing to happen to America.
Well,
Worse than the Great Depression.
It's 80% true. Everything I say, I like to make strong generalizations, so let me remind you that the 80-20 rule is always in effect when I am speaking.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So he's not the worst thing.
No. He could be the third or fourth worst thing.
Is he a threat to democracy?
You answer that for me, Ben. What do you think?
No, I don't. Is he, I think
you were the president.
Well, you need to start paying attention, my friend.
Billy, I got a great question for you, Billy.
You believe that he's a threat to democracy?
Absolutely.
Billy, let's just clear this up once and for all. Billy, if you were the president...
Alistair, stop with the bumps and, like, fucking breathe for, like, 30 seconds.
Go to the mirror and tell yourself that. Billy, what I'm saying is, if you were the president of the United States of America, what are your top 3 priorities, Dr. Billy?
So, Billy, is he really a threat to democracy, or is he only 80% of a threat to democracy?
He's really a threat. He's 100% a threat to democracy. What's
In what way?
Billy, if you were the president of the United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be, Dr. Billy?
We have 3 branches of government, and he's not interested in listening to the other 2. That's pretty clear, isn't it?
So, do you think that during the next, either the midterms or the following presidential elections, you think that there's a chance that we don't have an election as a direct result of Donald Trump? That's you're saying that he's a threat to democracy?
I believe that Donald Trump is going to find a way to postpone the election. He's going to say, what he's going to do, he's going to have his bully boys come out and kill, a couple of us again.
Trump derangement syndrome bill.
Shut the fuck up. We
It's
go
in
into
the
the
pharmacy
street,
section.
and then he declares martial law.
And my
And he
attorney
says,
and
we
lawyer.
can't have an election
Try to take
until
TDS
things
bill
settle
sometime and
down.
reread the law. Because your projection is
Scott,
insane.
Scott,
It's very low
Scott,
IQ. And I don't know what world you live in, because lawyers,
Take the fuck up, Scott.
court, Congress, you guys are delusional. You guys are having your own conversation. You're screaming into a conference call. Yeah, that's good for you. There you go. You just leave. Go meditate. That's what you need. There you go, gentlemen. Now you come to the realization and the enlightenment that I hoped you would find, which is the leave button. Because just like that movie Network, when he says, open up your windows and scream out, I'm mad as hell, I'm not gonna take it anymore. Network. You should go see it sometime, ladies and gentlemen. And you'll realize that what Scott and El Normo here are doing is they're actually putting on a network TV show on CBS right now with Barry Weiss. And I'm happy to be a part of the production as a co-producer. Success requires excellent content, and good content should bring you the contentment that you're looking for. If you come on here every single day, 8 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours a day, or you record rooms 24 hours, 7 days a week, like me, or Dr. Francine, who's got opinions on everything as well. The point is, the brain can present an incredible variety of opinions on every single topic that there is on this app, which is so exciting. Thank God for you, because you are special. You are beautiful. And right now, at this very moment, you are being hypnotized by Alistair. And if you don't like poetry, well, guess what? I bet you're an anti-Semite. If you don't read poetry at least once a week, I guarantee you're an anti-Semite. It's 100% fact. It's like being on Hinge or Bumble.
If you don't like poetry, you're an anti-Semite. What is going on?
Ugly girl, it's 100% always the ugly girl. It's never the hot chick. These are the rules and laws of nature. And there are psychological components of
ugly girls and anti-Semites don't like poetry?
They hate poetry. They hate life. Life itself they hate.
Oh my god, bro. What in the fuck? So do you have one of these like episodes per day, or is it like all the time? Or
creating content. Link is in the chat.
Oh, you are currently creating content.
Right now.
Like in this moment.
The past 2 hours and 50 minutes. This is all being sent to Barry Weiss at CBS, FYI. It's a new show on Paramount.
Is it a new show, or are you trying to get picked up as a new show?
We got it signed 2 weeks ago. Thanks, El Normo, for the contact. Send you your royalty check later, babe. Oh,
And what's the premise of the show, Alistair? Is just yelling?
Yeah, it's content. You ever been to a bang room?
I don't know what that is. It sounds...
Oh, just go in the hallway on Clubhouse, hit the leave button right now, go in the hallway and click on any room and just take a little sample. That's called a bang room.
All of the rooms are called bang rooms? I'm having a hard time believing that this was pitched at all. I don't know. Like, who would watch it? Especially on CBS. Who's gonna watch that? Oh my god.
It's all about post-production editing. And so, if you've ever seen Seinfeld, a lot of people watch that and said, why would anybody want to watch that show? That show sucks. But Seinfeld has produced over $10 billion in revenue. And I think if you analyze, how much you get paid per word in your life, I think we would find out that I probably get paid a lot more per word than you ever will. It's just my opinion, but I could be wrong. You want to be a part of the show?
I'm already in entertainment. I'm good. Thanks. And I certainly would never work for Barry. That's crazy. But, I mean, congratulations to you, I guess. Ride the wave while it exists.
Let me ask you a question. What's your worldview?
Let you ask
describe
me a question?
economic philosophy? Again, the question is, what's your worldview and how do you describe economic philosophy? Thank you.
What's my worldview? What is my worldview? I mean, I don't have too much faith in the generations of the past. That's my worldview. And the generations of the past seem to have like an incredible amount of power right now. And it seems unusually oppressive. Like I said already, I'm misanthropic, so there's a disdain for humanity that I have, but it's just because, oh man, I've had so many examples of better humans than the ones that just collectively exist for the most part. It's kind of trash. And what was your second question? Economic what? Hey, Alistair. Economic what?
The next question is, what was the last book you read?
Oh, Frankenstein. Yeah.
Of yourself, did you see the monster and then the doctor? Do you associate more with the doctor or more with the monster?
Well, I think I associate with both. I think my tenacity and drive is, you know, the parts of Victor that I identify most with, like, you know, being thirst-driven with goals to like a crippling degree at times is something that's like pretty prevalent in my life. But I guess like because of my stature, I identify with the monster. At least in, you know, my younger years, because there's a lot of othering that happens to people who are like atypical. So like I'm like a giant, I'm like a tall woman, right? And there are linear threads in the way that the townspeople treat The monster.
Devon's, could you try to be succinct? Your tongue is
What? Nobody else is fucking talking. You want me to be succinct because you want to, like, yell again? Or I can do that for you. I can just stop talking right now. So let's book you at.
Gentlemen, I just want to prove a point that there is a 100% correlation between anti-Semites like Xerxes, Franklin, NPC, and many other anti-Semites on this app. They do not like poetry. They do not read poetry. If you ask them the last book they read, it wasn't a poetry book. There is a 100% correlation between anti-Semites and people that don't read poetry. So if you haven't picked up a poetry book recently, I encourage you right now to pick up a poetry book and live a little. Life is full of joy. Xerxes, I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think that dialectic arguments? Again, the keyboard.
Why do you keep yelling? Oh my god. What is happening? Hello? You just called me an anti-Semite and assumed that I didn't read poetry. What is happening? You read poetry? Huh?
Asian is protection. Can you imagine going to the gas pump with dark and like, God damn, that was $100. I guess that makes me an anti-Semite. Could you imagine talk over people like it was a schizophrenic jumble of a bang room?
Oh my goodness.
Screaming into their phone about the dozens, talking about those.
Oh.
I am now going to show you a quick sample of what Clubhouse is like.
I just stepped away. Word on
Also, the men that flipped it on her, 'cause I know you can't get right. She was making it seem like, and I know you can't get yeah, right, cool. Because the niggas flipped it on her, and if they were trying to make her feel bad, because she was having that same energy.
He's showing us the countries of Clubhouse.
She was in here unreasonably attacking people.
I think I'm in
So what I'm trying to point out is poetry. A hell of a lot more interesting than Clubhouse. An audiobook by Alan Watts is so much more fascinating.
Oh my
than Clubhouse.
god.
So why do people choose to listen to what I would call the trenches, hypnosis? The hypnosis of the trenches. Hello? Ever hear Shakespeare?
This guy is rough. You know that you laughing at him, he thinks he's funny.
This person speaking?
No. Oh, this is Kitover. Oh. Yeah.
No, this is hilarious.
He's a Clubhouse celebrity.
He...
Wait, why are you saying it like
No, he... I think he's more of a Clubhouse historian.
That's pathetic.
I don't know. Because he records everything. He live streams rooms all the time. So he probably spends the most time.
Oh my god, what? Has a time for that, but that's interesting. I guess maybe it'll be fruitful in hindsight for...
Yeah, like let's say 10 years from now, you stop working from home and you actually decide to be somebody, right? It doesn't matter if you don't. Just be the character. So 15 years from now, you're a black woman. I'm assuming you're a black woman. That's your character. You're Kamala. Your hair is Kamala, and you're running for Senate. And John has a recording from you from today being an anti-Semite. So I think that's why, yeah.
Okay.
So he's the person who's recording you in the room when you think no one's recording you.
Yeah.
I mean, the anonymous feature.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I stand on the things that I say, but I think, that might make other people uncomfortable.
And right now, you see my gay emoji Anon in the audience. That's in a recording studio in a different section of my house with about 20 phones pointed at it. So this entire 3 hours has been recorded, live streamed, and it's entertainment. And if you take me seriously and you don't think I'm funny, well then you don't know that you're part of a practical joke. This is the Bob Baggett Saget, you're on hidden camera. That's the show I run. I produce it for Barry Weiss here at the CBS facilities in Hollywood. I submit the tapes, they review it, they edit it. If they want to use it, they use it. But I'm just a content creator here working for Barry, and God bless you all. I hope you have a fruitful and productive day. Thanks for being a part of the production. If you are upset that I recorded...
It takes all kinds, I suppose. Although I guess I should stop asking questions. I don't understand. It's not actually content creation. It's content regurgitation, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when a cow barfs up some grass to eat it again, so it can digest easier.
Yeah, creating things would be, something generated from the self, not just like a different form of a React video.
No.
Well, basically, you can boil down life into 4 primary components: cause and effect, and action.
Okay. Yeah, I knew something was off the way you were reading that Churchill quote.
Anyone who reads Churchill verbatim in 2026 has mental health issues. Like, no one... Like, there's so many... unless it's like a Nick Fuentes, unless it's like a white identitarian, let me shut up.
So,
Wait. What is wrong with you? Alisa, please. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. I don't understand. Please speak normal.
Normal is not gonna happen here, bro.
Why,
I'm sorry about that.
Why? I understand you harass is. We understand. Yeah. What is wrong with this guy? This guy is. What is your problem?
Are you a child?
I think this is Giant. This is Alistair. What's wrong with him? Ask him.
Well, it's clear that Alistair's a child.
what's interesting is I'm born to save yourself.
That is Giant.
You have to be born again as a child. What is that?
There you go. Then you're free, man. Be free. I guess.
I want to also be free. Why him free? I want to.
What? I can't. Yes. I'm not granting anyone freedom. It was just a term.
You say you be free and I am not free. What's wrong with you?
Okay, be free, bro. I don't know. What?
Okay, sister. What is wrong with you? How are you? Are you good?
I don't know what's happening.
So,
Hi,
the
Tati.
thing about Clubhouse is it's
You don't know? You don't know what's wrong with you?
English is a second language. If you're looking to improve your English language pronunciation skills, go to pronunciation workshop.
I want to learn English. I want to learn English.
Are you
I want to
looking
learn.
to learn how to speak Native American English? Well, this is your big opportunity.
This
This is a quote from the Native American Wisdom book. It goes a little something like this. My heart is filled with joy.
Slowly.
Repeat after me. What I see you here on Clubhouse is the brooks filled with water. When the snows melt in spring,
Why?
and I feel
Why
glad
you not me?
as the ponies are when the fresh grass starts in the beginning of the year. I heard of your coming when I was many sleeps away, and I made but few camps before I met you. I knew that you would come to do good to me and to my people. I looked for the benefits, which would last forever. And so my face shines with joy as
I
look upon
don't
you.
understand you
I was
English
10
because
bears
you
at
English.
Yakarika Comanche. That's Native
Your
American
English
philosophy.
is too high.
Isn't that beautiful?
Slowly.
Moderators, welcome back
thank
to
you.
Should Trump Resign to Be Redeemed? We haven't heard Scott do a Trump impersonation yet. It's exciting.
What
Scott,
is-
take it away.
What are you talking about, Alistair? Please take a break. Thank you.
I want to get Scott to do a Trump impersonation to give us a new national address so I can clip it and put it on YouTube. Take it away, Scott.
Take it away, Scott. Please take it away, Scott. Hi, Tati. Got it.
Oh, hey Xerxes, I didn't know I was on stage or off mute.
What's going on?
Just listening. Interesting room.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Strange.
Very interesting characters in here. It's dead, so.
I just describe it as like, you know, like a shaken bottle of soda, just waiting for somebody to pop the top. This shows you the state of Clubhouse. It's over. Matt, why do you believe that? Not that I have, you know, any dog in this fight.
I will say one thing about the demise of Clubhouse. So I mod in 2 rooms pretty regularly. I don't do pop-up rooms very often, but I mod in like 2 rooms. One's called the Critical Thinking Forum, which is mostly about politics and news. At 5 o'clock every day, EST. And we've gotten as many as like 1,200, 1,300 people in that room, and like, you know, we run it for usually less than 2 hours. Our numbers are way down. And then I you know, to a few hundred at the best. And then I mod this with this guy Steve Appel on the weekends. These 2 rooms, Ask Uncle Steve and Ask the Atheist. And again, those rooms we've had as much as, you know, 1,000, 1,100 people come through in 3 hours, and we get nowhere near those numbers now. So I think we're in like a multi-stage decline. Like I think like the first big decline was post-COVID, right? That's when a lot of people fled the app. Just 'cause they got back to life, you know. And then there's been some other decline, and now I think we're seeing like some of the last, you know, bits of decline right now. It's one of the reasons why we're experimenting for this room, the Critical Thinking Forum, with Twitter Spaces, because we're like, we need a backup plan for when, you know, Clubhouse just pulls the plug, right? Which seems like it could be at any time.
Really? Now that Clubhouse has started to monetize, I think that their shelf life is a lot longer than.
So you think that the premium membership will kind of, there's enough people to sustain it?
I don't see Clubhouse shutting down anytime soon. And I think even without the premium memberships, it wouldn't have shut down. Because I think that we don't have. I don't think we understand how many people use this app across the world. Like they do a good job of siloing us, so we don't understand how big this app actually is. On the U.S. side, it's smaller than it was during the pandemic, but every single tech company overestimated the returns that they get from the pandemic. That's why there were tech layoffs. But I still think Clubhouse is here to stay, most definitely. If it was going to fail, it would have failed a long time ago. I don't think it's going to fail to the point where they're going to get rid of the app. Nah.
So by monetize, do you mean like the little coin system, or do you mean like the subscription model that
Both.
Scott's talking about?
Both. So buying coins and also having a premium membership, to me, that should have came out a long time ago if we're looking at their own money for their own sake. But I don't think Clubhouse is as down bad as we casually just say it is. Just given the fact that I've seen thousands of people in rooms, but they're just from Brazil. They're just from Ecuador. I don't think we understand how big this
I'm
app
looking
is.
right now, and it says the
globally.
statistics right now are 10 million people worldwide.
That's what you don't know about Clubhouse.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's 10 million weekly active users.
Right.
Worldwide.
I just got my K1. You know, from I'm an investor, a minor investor in Clubhouse, and the major investors just wrote to us and told us that Clubhouse has 30 months more runway without doing anything.
Oh wow. Okay. So almost 3 years without needing to
monetize, but it is trying to monetize now with all these tricks. You know, and it's never been focused on the United States. I mean, maybe in the very beginning it was, but
it's a British app. I'm very proud.
But it is worldwide, and they're thinking. The other thing they wrote in my investor letter is that they are looking for other places to, other countries to roll out.
What do you mean by British app? What does that mean?
I mean, let's stick to the topic. Dr. Francine.
No.
Should Donald Trump resign
please.
to be redeemed? Should Trump resign?
I mean, from like a Persian point of view, I can just say like the massive big rooms where you see like Persian people come in and like have discussions, sometimes like 3, 4, 5,000 people in there. So it's quite a political app. And I think you kind of like oversee this because you're using it as more like a social app. And it's like, oh, the friends you used to have like 3 years ago are not on it anymore. But it's growing on a political sort of spectrum where now everything going on in Iran, that's how people come together and like, you know, share their views or unify or assimilate. And I think that's pretty good.
Thank you.
That's interesting, BB. I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, you also have like big Chinese rooms. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, most people just see it as like a social app. But I think it's more like somehow, it's very political for many people. Why are you giving me thumbs down?
Because you say there's big Chinese rooms.
Yeah, I've seen big Chinese rooms. What's your
When's
problem?
the last time you've seen them, though? Hello?
Well, I mean, I see more Persians right now, but I used to see bigger Chinese. Okay, but like, so for instance, like, I think there's too many black rooms at the moment. Like, I stay away from those. Because it's like they're always discussing like women's hair and like how many people did you sleep with or crash outs and stuff. And I don't find that particularly like cool. Like, I'm not really interested in that.
I don't know. As someone who's black and
but at least there are some people.
Hey, ma'am, do you know how to shut the fuck up? What's going on?
That's what I'm saying.
You're speaking and going on mute. You're speaking and going like, what are you doing right now?
Shut up.
You're talking during people's submission.
If she was talking, you interrupted her.
No, I'm gonna respond.
She was talking first.
Said a lot, stupid.
I'll beat your ass.
Well, for one,
I'll
I
beat
do
your
agree,
ass.
too. As someone who agrees.
Meet me outside.
Too many black rooms.
How about that?
I think that only an ignorant person would say they're all about hair and other dumb shit. Because even though I think it's too many black rooms, they're not all about the same shit. They're about everything.
I mean, who cares about black women's
Ma'am, shut the fuck up. I just left a black room that was about stocks. Before that,
What did you learn again?
That was about baseball. Well,
How much money did you learn to make?
It's a room. And then before that, I left a black room about baseball. And
What you
before
learn
that,
there?
it was a black room about geopolitics. So I do agree it's too many black rooms. I used to see other races more. I still do because I have a good algorithm. But to just say that it's all black people talking about hair, I mean, either you have a dumb algorithm because you're dumb, or you're gaslighting and not really searching your hallway.
I like to teach people in terms of what I mean. Without being mean. I think it's important that we use this app to tell people what we mean.
Here's something.
Without being mean. And I am a supermodel. I do work on TV and I'm highly desired in the industry. And everybody wants to be like me because I'm beautiful. And not many people understand the point of what this app is. It's not to criticize people or complain. It's to read poetry. That's the great point. Just read some poetry. Your life might be a lot better if you try to be like a supermodel like me. A supermodel who reads great poetry and reads great books all day for CBS. Barry Weiss and makes $1 million a year as a supermodel. Stupid ass. You're a stupid ass, dumbass. Stop calling people stupid ass. You made him leave. You're such a stupid ass. You made him leave, you stupid ass. You're such a stupid ass.
John Kitover, my friends. John Kitover
He's fucking multiplying.
He's unbelievable. You drove Dr. Francine out.
Like John Kitover these days, I don't know why. Maybe it's because he reads some of the greatest books ever written by men. Real men who know how to enjoy life and read poetry. Stupid ass, not like you, stupid ass. You're just a gay guy living in your own basement pretending to be a
John, don't let me... John, come on, dude. You're killing my room, buddy.
There's no point.
John.
He's a gay white guy pretending to be a black woman. That's ridiculous. Not me. That's stupid. That's not me. That's stupid. What's the point?
John. So Xerxes.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about you a little bit.
Sure.
You're interesting. So what rooms do you hang out with?
I spent time in RPO. When I use apps like
I don't know RPO.
Oh, research purposes only. And it's a group of mostly women.
Black
Well, I mean, they're multiracial people in the room. They're from everywhere. They live everywhere. They're
no IQ.
Got it. Yeah.
No, not everyone.
Okay. Did you guys want to answer the
Most
question?
of them are low IQ in that room.
Okay, I'll let them answer your question, Scott. No problem.
Thank you for putting stupid in the goo.
Yeah, I put stupid in the group. Yeah, okay, so you hang out there. I don't know research purposes only. I don't know what that room.
We just hang out and they talk about, I mean, it just depends. They are topics that are largely centered around the African diaspora, but it's like more nuanced than just like typical gender war bullshit, which is the thing that's like kind of kept me around them because I can't really do gender war stuff with people who like don't love themselves, which seems to be a large percentage of people on Clubhouse. So, but yeah, and then other than that, like because I've only been in Clubhouse for like 6 months or something like that.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. So you
Oh,
were
you're
here.
a
I was
newbie.
Yeah.
I was in for the golden age. I came in during COVID.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the remaining people, like all the people here, pretty much are remainers from that time, the survivors of the pandemic, which is interesting to hear, like all the lore, you know, like we'll talk about things and then somebody will come in with a lore bomb, and then everybody's like, oh no, because like back in 2022 and blah, I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but I'll just listen, you know.
No, like some of my best friends in the world are from Clubhouse. Like I'm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm relocating. I'm kind of moving around right now. I'm a little nomadic. I'm heading back to Philadelphia, and I have like all my stuff with me. And a friend of mine from Clubhouse, I've met multiple times in real life. She's picking me up and driving me back to Philadelphia.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I have a friend from LA who I've stayed at his house. I've met up with. So I mean, there was a camaraderie back then.
I think different connections, like, because I've gone to different social audio apps and different social apps, you know, like Discord and a couple of others, and like they all have their own behaviors. And I find that like Clubhouse is more so like a mixture of people who are either like kids of the internet who grew up in the internet, like they know like internet etiquette, they know when to spot a troll, they know all those things, and then also sprinkled in heavily with like people who use this app like a diary, kind of almost. So like they'll come in, they'll drop in for however long, it doesn't matter. But then there's always the knowledge that you just go back to your normal life. You could uninstall this app at any moment. It actually doesn't mean anything. And those two confluences are really cool. But then what I've learned in Clubhouse is that because some people are operating inside the internet and some people are operating outside of the internet, tensions arise, and, you know, consequences come to people that they didn't know were possible, because, you know, some people don't know that they're talking to real life people who do real life shit.
Yeah. I think one of the things I like best about Clubhouse, like, so when I opened this room, right, the first maybe hour or so, before I kind of had to go do some things, and the inmates took over the asylum a little bit. But that was a good discussion, you know, like, because this article is super provocative, and I think it was interesting to hear, like, you know, a friend of mine who likes Trump and another friend from Canada who hates Trump. It was interesting to hear them, you know, and some other people go back and forth, and I think it's, you know, if you can get a civil discussion going, it's interesting, right?
Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm used to. So I'm a Discordian. That's where I come from.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm like kind of used to.
That's advanced level.
I know. Yeah.
Moderators.
Yeah, I know. It's a hard shift, dude. Yeah. What's up?
Excuse me, moderators.
Sure.
I got a question for both of you, and I just would like one sentence, not more than one sentence responses. Can you tell me what philosophy is?
Etymologically? Sure. I mean, love of wisdom, right? Philo, love, us. I mean, no, beyond that. I mean, I'm actually reading
one sentence. I asked for concise. One sentence. I'll repeat it.
The love of wisdom.
Give me a one sentence response.
The love of wisdom.
What is philosophy?
The love of wisdom. The love of wisdom.
What's your one sentence response?
To what is philosophy? Philosophy is people who like to intentionally, publicly jerk themselves off about the things that they haven't reconciled with inside themselves.
Politics?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. What did you say?
I said, would you call that politics?
It could be. Politics, it contains a lot of philosophy.
Politics, but that's definitely what philosophy is.
I'm reading a book right now, Roger Scruton's History of Modern Philosophy. So I will tell you what Scruton says to this question. What is philosophy? He's a British guy, so I appreciate his syntax. What is philosophy? There is no simple answer to this question. Indeed, it is in one respect the main question of philosophy, whose history is a prolonged search for its own definition. Nevertheless, a kind of answer can be given in terms that explain what follows. philosophy involves the attempt to formulate and also to answer certain questions. These questions are distinguished by their abstract and ultimate character. I think that's a great paragraph definition. It's a little longer than a sentence, but the whole abstraction and ultimacy, right? It abstracts things, right? I mean, abstraction, you're asking, the part from the whole, and ultimacy, right? It's not asking about chili recipes or, how good was Buffy the Vampire Slayer when Angel left. It's asking ultimate questions, right, about the true, the good, and beautiful. So, abstract and ultimate.
Well, I think the most important question is basically what's in the books, meaning that an actuarial scientist, an accountant, a financial analyst can actually give us the more accurate picture of the situation, and then we should base the conversation based off of what's in the books, unless you think through your revolutionary politic, for some reason, somehow, get around the bank's ledger. It's not going to happen. So, hello?
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 I mean, what is your definition there, my friend, John?
The same one with you, which is the love of wisdom, the pursuit of wisdom, the enjoyment of wisdom, joy of wisdom, the joy of the law, because philosophy is not just wisdom, philosophy is also law, and that's why I am a practicing attorney and lawyer trying to liberate my people.
But yeah, I think what's interesting about Scruton's definition is the abstract and ultimacy, and he fleshes that out, because I do think you can love. I mean, I know that philosophy, the Greek, the etymology is love of wisdom. It's part of why I answered that way. But on some level, you could love wisdom and not be that philosophical, right? You could define wisdom in a way that doesn't prefer the kind of abstract, critical reflection that at least philosophy in the West does. I'm leaning on kind of a Western definition, because if we looked at Eastern philosophy, that might be, it just would be a different conversation. But yeah.
I talked to my attorney the other day while I'm preparing for an upcoming case, and she said, "What do you do all day long, John? Describe your day to me." And I said, "Well, I'm not exactly sure how to describe what it is that I do." And she said, "Do you read books?" I said, "Yes, I do read books." And so all I'm trying to say is pick up a good poetry book right now and read it. Set yourself free from the hypnosis known as Clubhouse. You don't have to worry about the fear of missing out. There's no FOMO. As Scott has confirmed, we are making plans to exit the app and go completely to X Spaces, because we believe that this app could and must shut down for national security reasons. What? Because Amir and his terrorist room, his anti-Semitic death trap, which is brainwashing all these good people in Clubhouse to hate the innocent Jew. It's disgusting. It's despicable. And if you're an anti-Semite, there's a 100% confirmation and correlation that you hate poetry. And you don't read poetry.
That is
read poetry.
That is not true.
Pick up a book and prove.
That is not true, because I like T.S. Eliot, and I like his poetry.
Oh my God.
And his critical stuff. But T.S. Eliot was a man of letters who certainly was no fan of the Jews. So John, I can prove it to you. You can read and write poetry and not like Jews.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask, what if you don't read poetry but you write? Still anti-Semitic, I'm assuming.
Well, look, these days, I mean, the fact that you go to Starbucks or Chick-fil-A could be anti-Semitic. There's a lot of anti-Semites these days.
Well, what I'm trying to point out is that there are four great powers in reality.
Oh, again.
It's cause and effect.
One thing that John Kitover has always done for me for the last 5
art
years,
and critic.
always fucking made me laugh.
Those are the four words that I like to think about, which is art and critic, or cause and effect, meaning that when I get into conflict or confrontations with people, because I will admit that I'm intentionally obnoxious to try to create some type of different medium of exchange, meaning that when Borat first came out and you saw Borat, people thought it was so funny because this guy pranked everybody in the movie to think he was some Eastern European reporter from Kazakhstan. So that's kind of what I like to think that I'm doing in my art meeting. And thank you for participating. Hello?
So I want to go back to anti-Semitism for a minute because I think it's interesting. Like,
Do you?
I think what's interesting is that you have like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens, and their brand of anti-Semitism is dovetailing with the kind of anti-Semitism on the progressive left. I find that really intriguing.
And what kind is that?
Wait, their brand? Wait, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, their brand of anti-Semitism? What's going on here?
Yeah,
So is it anyone who has any critiques? Anyone who's an isolationist? Anyone who's MAGA, truly MAGA? Anyone who's America First, they're anti-Semitic because they don't want to just open their cheeks and let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants all the time. With our bodies and our American... It's our soldiers getting sent over there, and it's our taxpayer dollars.
No. But it morphs into well, I mean, it's different, but it does. I mean, it morphs into like Tucker being supersessionist.
It's always been that.
Look, I don't think. Okay, so.
Do you want to tag me in, Scott?
I don't think that Tucker's anti-Semitism. I don't think he's always been supersessionist. He also didn't always talk this theologically, and now he's really doing like traditional anti-Semitic Christian replacement theory, right? So it's not just critiques of Israel; it's critiques of Jews, and it's critiques of Judaism as a religion. So it's pretty deep and insidious. It's just it's intriguing to me that he employs this stuff. And Ben,
Ben wanted to take the baton.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's deconstructionism. Like, if you're talking about what is the similar strand of anti-Semitism between the Tucker Carlson right and the far left in the United States, it's rooted in deconstructionism. So I think that there are overlaps of anti-Semitism, no doubt, but I don't think it's not rooted in anti-Semitism. Let me put it that way. It's not saying that the root of all problems is the Jews. It's saying there are power structures in place and we need to tear those power structures down. Like that's where it's coming from. So that's why, like, as somebody who's moderate but leans conservative, like, I like the systems in place. Do I think justice is equally applied? Absolutely not. I'm certainly America first in the sense that I want what's best for my country, but I'm also not America only. So Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump have been fighting back and forth for several months. And again, I think Tucker's entire approach is more of the deconstructionist side, and that's why you're seeing him, and then also Marjorie Taylor Greene. You mentioned the three of Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens, but I would say that there's Marjorie Taylor Greene's also there as well. There's a couple of others.
You know, I get the disruption thing, right? And I think it's one of the reasons why Trump has been elected twice, right? I mean, because and it's one of the reasons too. I think in 2016, a lot of progressives couldn't believe that people went from Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I was a Bernie supporter, but I didn't vote for Trump. But Hillary was certainly not disruption, nor was Kamala Harris, both of whom I voted for. Now, Biden, I think the reason why Biden as an establishment guy won was largely because of COVID, and he didn't campaign, which helped. But I think that no incumbent could have won an election during COVID because people were just so frustrated and so angry about lockdowns and this and that. It's just, you know, whoever, could have been Obama, it could have been anybody, they would have been voted out. But I do think it's interesting that Tucker Carlson, with the platform he has, and again, I'm not saying you can't be critical of Israel and Netanyahu, who I think is awful, but when you're talking about Christian replacement theory and how basically the church has replaced Israel as the people of God, and that basically the church is the true Israel. I mean, that stuff, both in mainline Protestant and more evangelical circles, that kind of talk, especially post-Holocaust, has really dropped out of mainstream theology. And for him to sort of take up that cause with his platform, now that is some deep-seated resentment of Jews. That's just not about Israel. That's about Jews and theological resentment of Jews, which is just intriguing to me.
But do you agree or disagree with what I'm saying? I'm genuinely
about the
curious.
disruption.
I value your opinion on things. Like I think you're a well-thought human being. So like on the deconstruction side of things, I think it's rooted in deconstructionism.
No, I do think. I mean, look, whatever you think of Trump, right? I mean, I think people wanted disruption and deconstruction. You're right, and Trump is a disruptive deconstructor. Now, to some degree,
but
right?
Trump is not a deconstructor. Tucker is a deconstructor.
Oh, okay. I thought,
that's
yeah,
the
okay.
point that I'm saying is what separates Tucker, the Tucker strain of the right, and the far left strain from the moderate left and the moderate right. I know people want to say that Trump is an extreme figure, and yes, his rhetoric is extreme, but I don't consider him a deconstruct. He's not trying to deconstruct the system. He gets pissed and bloviates about it. That's fine, but like he's not doing anything to really truly undermine the system in the way that Tucker Carlson, or again, you're looking at people on the extreme left, like the Squad, that kind of thing, who are saying that the system is inherently, the system itself is what's broken. It's not the application of the system, and that's what Tucker seems to be implying. Is this? It's not the application of the system. It's the system itself. This seems to be the ideological difference here. That's the point I was trying to make. That's the tie between the two.
Yeah, no, I think that's not.
I think you guys are manufacturing anti-Semites right in front of our faces.
I think when you take a line that even the New Testament doesn't take, right, about Jews, like basically Paul says the covenant with Jews is irrevocable. Whatever you think of the New Testament, but when you basically go beyond the New Testament to Christian replacement theory, you've got an issue with Jews. Yeah, I think you've got an issue with Jews. I don't think I'm manufacturing that. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, no, but do you have an issue with Muslims? Like when I hear a lot of Jews speak, when I hear a lot of Jews speak, I can easily say that you guys have a problem with Muslims. But it seems like every single identity group.
I'm not a Jew. I'm a Christian. But
sure, and I
might as well be a Jew.
I don't.
And I'm
Why do I might as well be a Jew? What is that? What is that?
That's just a serious conversation. I'm sorry, but it's just like, bro, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to see like an escalation in the type of language that we're using when people are giving valid critiques. And when people are giving valid critiques and they're still tarred and feathered, it makes all of the Alex Jones conspiracy stuff more palatable.
Sure,
and that's an issue. You guys.
Palatable. You're just catching up to the information. The truth is in the Epstein files. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, the two Bills. And you know what? They had a good time with Jeffrey. I seen all the photos. I seen the tranche of videos. All the naked women, all the hot tubs, all the luxury dinners. And when Ghislaine Maxwell was making speeches at the United Nations multiple times, well, clearly we have traitors in our midst. And what do you do to a traitor?
I love Kitover.
Okay, so Scott, let me show you what I mean, because some people are pretending to be obtuse in the chat. So when Kanye West says slavery was a choice, he says the worst things when he says what the fuck, who's that? George Bush doesn't care about black people. Kanye West has gone after every single ethnicity, and at the same time, he's a person who's known to be clinically diagnosed crazy person, right? This person gets, when you look at all the stereotypes, all of the tropes regarding the small hats, and then you see them flex the banning people from countries. When it comes to one person being racist, you can be racist against one group all you want. They're not going to. Who's banned from a country because they're racist against anybody? How do you get banned from a country? Like, that's like where it becomes like, okay, and then it becomes, all right, if you criticize them, you're going to be lumped in with Hitler Youth. So then it becomes, okay, we can't even speak about you. So then it becomes, all right, like, when it comes to all the tropes about the Jews controlling the media, being super, super powerful, having the right friends in the right places, being very, very strong lobby, being really good at statescraft, controlling countries from inside out. Like, when you look at all the things, are you gonna, like, how are people not supposed to connect the dots? Like there's certain connect the dots. I'm trying to not be anti-Semitic. Like, how do we not be anti-Semitic? Like, how do we do that?
What you're saying is because
This is commercial.
You're saying because a group of people has a disproportionate influence to their size, right? They also have a disproportionate, like, a Nobel Prizes and all these things. I mean, it's a group that's only 15 million people, and yeah, it has through strategic, through success and other things have been able to be effective at advocating for their interests. I mean, I think that's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a conspiracy either. But if I repeat what you just say, I get shouted down and called an anti-Semite. I don't think that it's like Asians being good at math. I don't think it's a big conspiracy that Asians are good at math. I think that there's a lot of different reasons why, on average, Asian children are really, really good at math. Okay, but if I say that on average, Jewish people are this, and that, then it becomes anti-Semitic because of the implication of what I'm.
I think it's because there's over 2 billion Asian people. Because I've asked Asian people.
So how do you guys explain the strength of the Israel lobby?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Kitover, are you recording? Scott, I'm happy to talk. But is he recording the room?
John, are you recording?
John, are you broadcasting the room
He
anyway?
did say he was.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk, but I really don't feel like being.
No, the positive stereotypes are the ones that are scrutinized.
No, but what you're saying is wrong.
Yeah.
What you're saying is wrong.
So
What you're saying
Jews
is
are
hurtful.
overrepresented in media.
What you're saying
lobbying.
overrepresented in the media. If we were
And lobbying.
people like you wouldn't be saying the shit you're saying on social media, now would you? If we're overrepresented and we control it, then why is it so negative towards us? Please tell me. Explain that one. Why do we have all the problems we have on social media and on the media, and people like you saying the things you're saying if we control it? Explain that. It's illogical, isn't it? Completely illogical.
If you want it to be.
What else do you want to bitch about us? And is it every day that you like to say something? Could you pick on someone else this week?
Every day.
I think two things
what
can
else
be
do you want to
true,
pick on?
guys.
What else are you about us bothers you? What else?
So, thank you for asking
Just
the
get it
question.
all out.
The main
Do
thing
we
that
control
bothers
the
me,
sports? Do we control sports?
you guys also
Does that bother
control the
you?
weather. You guys also control the weather, and right
We
now it's 60
control
degrees with an
the
overcast.
weather.
So
Really?
that's an issue
So
that
do
I
you
have.
think the stuff that you say then gets picked up by other idiots and they harm people as a result of it? Do you have any idea what kind of harm has happened to our community? Do you know? Do you pay attention to it? Do you read about it?
Do you know how many car accidents are caused by the rain?
Do you know how much harm has happened to our
You don't try to make
community?
it sunny, even though you can.
After the recent incursion into Iran, within 6 days of the incursion, we received 8,000 threat to life in the United States alone to our community, to institutions in our community. 8,000 threats to life in 6 days. That's just a little slice of an example. We spent over $750 million of our own money for security to protect our institutions, to geofence them, to target harden them, our own money, because of shit that's said like this that other people pick up, and then they just start going up
You
that
mean Jewish
pyramid.
people are overrepresented
Then they
in the
start
media?
going up the pyramid of hate. Why don't you Google what the pyramid of hate is and learn about how your little comments then grow into a little more discrimination and a little more hatred until It's the top. Why don't you take a look at it?
Okay, so can we calm down? Can I just ask a question?
Calm down. It's really awful to live with it.
Wait,
it's really
I understand.
awful to take children to go to temple and you gotta have SWAT teams in front of your temple. Do you know what that feels like?
I kind of do understand
It
what
really sucks.
social violence feels like.
And all this shit just adds to it. And instead of being sensitive to it, you have assholes that say things like this that are being said in social media and then accuse us of controlling it.
Okay, so I'm just going to address a couple things. One, I believe that in America, from the ages of like maybe 6 or 7, at least on the West Coast where I live, we are taught to be sensitive to the plight of Jewish people. It's taught in education systems all up and down the state, probably in the other 2 that are above us as well. I don't know what's going on in the rest of the country. I live in California. We have a whole museum dedicated to educating people on the Holocaust and the plight of the Jewish people.
I know that it's a beautiful museum. I wish you were right, except the new stuff being introduced into the education system and the ethnic studies in the California education system is a real problem. And there's a lot of issues with it.
I'm talking about in K through 12. So
yeah, that's where I'm talking about K through 12.
Well, they don't do ethnic studies in K through 12.
Well, yeah, it's being introduced. I'll put this stuff in the chat if you want to see.
So I'm just gonna finish what I was saying. But I think oh my God, I think 2 things can be true. So like,
it was a
while, bro. So while I understand your frustration, Abby. Bro, like honestly, shut the fuck up. To be honest.
As you move them down.
No, don't move.
Okay.
Fascist comes out, ladies and gentlemen.
It's fine. You can hijack your room every 5 minutes.
So Abby, I understand your frustration. I can empathize with your frustration completely. But I think 2 things can be true. It can be true that the violence against Jewish people in the United States, at least, and probably globally, we can count that, but I'm just going to talk about where I live, right, has exponentially grown in the last at least 3 years, if not more than that, right? While also saying that Jewish people are overrepresented in the media. This is just a raw fact. So, despite being 2% of the population in America, right? You asked a question about Jewish people being like controlling the league. I don't know about the word control. That's like kind of weird to me.
Can you define that word a little bit?
Yeah, like, but being like an owner.
Well, who owns the media?
So half of the NBA is owned by.
Media. You said media.
So, well, you said sports, so I'm answering that question first.
We'll get to media.
That's okay. I'm gonna do the thing I'm doing. Cool. So half of the NBA is owned by Jewish people. I don't think that this is bad, but yes, half of the NBA has Jewish owners.
So have Jewish owners?
I can totally get that list for you once I'm done saying what I'm saying. Cool. I think like 30% of the NFL has an owner that is of Jewish descent. I don't think that these things are bad. Like, people want to collectively share in what the American dream can be. That does mean creating teams. It does mean producing media that maybe represents your stories better. It does mean, like, getting involved in the whole fucking machine. I don't know why. Maybe it's because like people do use this demonstrably in conversation to demean Jewish people, but admitting that that's a fact isn't a bad thing, right?
Can I ask Scott something?
Yeah, sure.
Scott, is Jeffrey Lurie a bad guy?
Because
Scott, is Jeffrey Lurie a bad guy, Scott?
Who's Jeffrey Lurie? I don't know who that is.
He owns the Eagles. Is he a bad guy?
Oh, Jeffrey Lurie. Oh, yeah. No.
He's a good guy. Is Robert Kraft a good guy? Puts a lot of money in his community into Boston, into Massachusetts. Robert Kraft's very philanthropic, right?
Here's an article I just.
I go through some more Jewish owners of the NFL because you mentioned the NFL.
Now we're going through the individual.
No, but I wanted to talk about Cersei, what you're talking about media, because I think media is more interesting. And the word control.
We don't think that they're bad people. That's not the point.
The word control is really interesting. So Cersei, may I ask you something? The media. So let's go. NBC is a public corporation, right? It's publicly traded. ABC is owned by Disney, publicly traded corporation, right?
Yeah, sure.
So I actually own part of the media, I guess, because I have stock in Disney.
Yeah.
So So let's go through it. These are publicly traded corporations. The owners, these media giants, publicly traded. Lots of people are owners of these companies because they're traded. They're public corporations. Comcast is a public corporation. So how does one ethnicity control it if it's a publicly traded corporation?
Right. So while you answer
Pick Disney by examples.
Sure. Well, while a company has to answer to its shareholders, right? There is a person in control or a group of people in control who make the bulk of the decisions. So these might not be like financial decisions all the time,
Who would
right?
that be? Who
But
would
what do
that
you
be
mean?
in control?
You're not asking. You're not asking.
Like, Abby, you're actually like, why are you forcing us to be in this corner where it's
She's
like,
a lawyer. She's been antsy.
Angry, but when people use terms, the terms aren't defined, and they don't know what they're. NPC. When people use terms, they need to define their terms and know what they're talking about. So when you use the word company, define the company. No, I'm not triggered. This is like about trying to. It's like kind of law 101, like trying to explain to people. No, NPC. What's a publicly traded company? NPC. A lot smarter than you on this. What's a publicly traded company?
You're smart enough to not play these games. No one
It's
said
not a game. It's logic.
You're playing games.
It's basic logic.
Communicating dishonestly. Nobody said all.
I don't know why it has to be.
No one said that.
Control of media. So I asked what the media is and who the media is, and who owns the media, and they're publicly traded companies.
So listen, guys, it doesn't have.
Listen, control the media.
It doesn't have to be adversarial.
You did say it.
Overrepresented, and then you agree.
You did say it.
If they're overrepresented, that's fine.
Oh my lord.
You did say it. So I'm just trying to explain
we said
what these companies are.
Overrepresented.
They're publicly traded.
Why is this so combative?
It doesn't really have to be like that.
Sony publicly traded, right? David, you live in LA. Let's talk about all the media in LA.
Publicly traded companies is an example of democratized ownership. That's not that. You know that. Abby, like, you know that a publicly traded company
has a board of directors. As institutional investors, correct?
This is fruitless if nobody's gonna speak.
All right, let's go one at a time. Sorry, I didn't hear you start, Scott. One at a time. First, Abby, you want to go?
I was just pointing out when they say that Jews control the media and taking that trope, I was taking the trope and explaining that the media, the majority of it, are big publicly traded corporations with institutional investors, all kinds of different individual shareholders. There's a board of directors, and the majority, if we break down the top media companies in the United States, are publicly traded entities. It's not one dude running.
Let me go,
Let me finish.
Let me go.
So therefore, when you make that comment and you talk about a company,
nobody made that comment.
You did.
No,
you have
I did
to
that
be
comment.
intellectually honest as to who you are talking about. So for me to ask who the companies are, there was a reason I was asking it. And I'm sorry if you take offense, but it's a little Socratic to make someone go through the process and realize sometimes there's statements you have to break them down. Break down the word control. Every word that you say, there is an explanation or a definition of it, and that was my point. Now,
okay, so I'm responding because she just mischaracterized what I said, and I'm not a PC person. So if I said something, first of all, I made a joke that Jews control the weather. Why didn't you?
What is it that you said?
The only thing I said is that I was breaking down out loud the different coincidences that people have to deal with. And I was trying to think out loud, and I was trying to ask the room, hey, all of these different things that are lining up, what are people supposed to think?
Okay, so let's just
Jewish people are overrepresented in the media. That is what I said.
Hold on. Let me say about the media.
No, that's what I said. Literally, what I said very succinctly is the only thing that I said was that it's obvious that Jewish people are overrepresented in the media
and no one disagreed with me.
Well, what does overrepresented mean to you?
For percentage,
Based on population, Scott agreed. What do you mean? What does it mean? Why do all these? You know what overrepresented?
No, I don't. I want to know what point you're
Norm,
making.
you know what overrepresented based on your population, based on the size of your population.
There's a
The amount doesn't match.
Norm, come on. I feel like I have to moderate.
There should only be X number of Jews in the media and no more. Is that what you're saying? What's overrepresented?
I'm not.
What if it's because they're good at representing?
No, but black people are overrepresented in it. Wait, overrepresented just means overrepresented. Black people are overrepresented in sports. There's a reason why Asian people are overrepresented in higher education. There's a reason why.
One at a time. Do black people control sports? Does anybody ever say that?
There are several. Actually, there's several jokes. There are several jokes.
Yeah, Larry Bird.
There are several jokes that we do.
If you're saying that,
there's several jokes, and the only reason why a person might say that we aren't is because all the owners are white.
So black people in sports because they're good at sports. So what's the reason?
The reason why they're in sports is because they're good at sports.
Okay.
When you tell a black person that black people are overrepresented in the media, I can't be offended because that's a fact.
So they're good at slow down. So they're good at sports. Does anybody say, oh my God, we should kick them out of sports?
No, Norm. That's what you guys do. As soon as I say that Jews are good at media, the next thing is we want to kick Jews out of media. What does you being good at media?
Wait. Tell Normo, he's not saying on its face, he's not saying something that's anti-Semitic. I don't know. NPC might be a giant anti-Semite.
I don't need you
right now
to
he's not saying
interpret.
anything.
I don't need you to interpret. I can talk fine. I understand how language
Apparently
works.
you don't.
Okay,
because you're thinking
no, I'm very good at it.
negative.
I'm very good at it.
He's not saying anything negative.
Can I go next, Norm?
Hang on. So in what
I don't know why
way
you keep muting me.
Hang on, Ben. Why are Jews overrepresented in media to you, NPC? What's overrepresented to you?
I'm not gonna ask questions I'm not gonna answer questions that I believe you know the answer to.
Okay, so you're now reading my mind. You know what I know.
Abby isn't dumb, and you're not dumb, and you're treating the fact that I'm pointing out the overrepresentation as a conclusion about what to do. That's the reason why you guys get into issues. The reason why you guys get into issues is because you're treating my statement of facts as a conclusion on what to do about it. You're treating my...
Hang on. You're making a paranoid racist comment, and I'm exposing it. What would that mean? Have you counted?
What do you mean it's racist?
Have you counted the number? Well, because there's these old tropes that Jews control.
If I start to count them and then I count them, you're going to call me racist for even trying to count them. I'm done with this, but you're going to call me an anti-Semite for even trying to count them.
So you made up. Hang on. So you made up a story, or you're repeating something.
No, you guys created Hollywood. My friends are Jewish. The first thing
There's a lot of pride in that. There's a lot of pride in the fact that
I'm not
merchants.
Okay, you guys
created Hollywood.
Yes.
I read a whole entire book on it.
There should be shame. NPC should
How's
be
it
shame.
anti-Semitic to say that my Jewish friends gave me this book?
I don't want to hear your Jewish friend. We're talking to you now.
Hollywood's awesome. There's no problem with Hollywood. So what's wrong with saying that Jews are overrepresented in media when they are?
Companies started an industry. Okay. Now, I mean, obviously Hollywood is now owned mostly by, I think, Japanese companies like Sony and Australian companies like Fox.
Yeah,
right?
that's not true.
So the Jews don't own Hollywood. Okay, so 100 years ago, a Jewish guy started a movie company, but obviously that's no longer the case.
No, but why do you act like it's arbitrary, and why are you acting like
arbitrary?
Why you act like the institutions just went away, like it was just one dude. The dude who started Hollywood just happened to be Jewish, and then the rest doesn't matter. No,
I like that.
I think the problem
you're making it seem like it's like
over 100 years ago, a Jewish guy started a movie studio, and you're focusing on.
Okay, so
no, it wasn't. It was more than that.
You guys are literally yelling at. You guys are arguing.
No argument really. We're just going through the facts.
You're trying to
mythology.
Let me add on to that shit.
May I speak, please?
Can I speak?
Wait, can Ben go first, and I'll shut up.
I think Ben was first.
That's cool, bro. That's cool, bro.
You guys are arguing past each other. Again, maybe NPC is anti-Semitic. I don't know that, but he's stating a statistical fact. Jews are
Based on
overrepresented.
what statistic?
Could we use a different term?
You there, Ben.
Let me ask you this, Norm.
Let me finish before you jump down my throat. You're again.
I'm not jumping
I don't
down
want to
your
argue
throat.
with you as
I don't
well.
want to hear your
Literally
sexual
trying to
fantasies.
mediate between the two of you.
Let's just take a look at the statistical fact and see if it's
Yes,
true.
let's look at the statistical
Ben,
facts.
Ben,
Where
we
did you get it
please,
from?
Ben, let me just mod for a second. Ben, can we move the argument forward if instead of overrepresented?
That's what I'm trying to do.
If we said disproportionate, like if
But it's the same difference, Scott. Disproportionate.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Disproportionate is a worse connotation than overrepresented because disproportionate it actually does suggest some inequity that needs to be remedied. I don't think anything needs to be remedied.
All right.
To disproportionate says that it's not proportionate. We need to fix it. I don't think that. They're overrepresented and that's okay. Ben
Okay, that's something you repeated. You're right somewhere that you've never checked on. Chinese people own Chinese restaurants, and Jews are college professors and psychologists and scientists. So
May I speak without being interrupted?
Go now, so I can go, bro.
yeah. So do you want to move past this, or are we going to talk about
I
how
want
many
to
Jews
talk
there
about
are?
this, but it's like you and NPC been going on at 5
Can Ben go before you because he's gonna have some time?
Like y'all,
He never got to finish. Can he go out and then after you hit him, you can go?
That's fine, bro. But he's not. Y'all not letting him go though.
Okay. So you said there's a statistic. Where is the statistic?
You know what I'm saying?
So, okay, Norm, can I actually speak, or are you just going to talk over me?
No.
Norm,
Where is the statistic from?
You and I have had enough interactions on this
I'm
now.
not even
You know
sure
that
I
I'm
know
not
who you are,
mean-spirited
to be
or any of this
honest. I
stuff.
assume it's
Can
not-
I actually speak, or are you going to let me?
You are.
Do I have your
I'm not-
permission to
Please
speak?
don't tell me that you and I have. I don't even know who you
No,
are.
and this is not constructive.
May
Let's
I have your
please.
permission to speak without being interrupted?
It depends on if you're going to repeat anti-Semitic tropes. I'm not that interested. Like,
I'm
I'm
not
sure there's a place for you to repeat those. This is probably not a good place
May I
for
speak?
that.
No. Am I allowed to speak?
It depends if you're going to repeat anti-Semitic tropes. Probably
I'm not going to
move on.
repeat anti-Semitic tropes.
Okay. So what is it? So you want to go beyond this, like the statistic that you don't
Yes,
have
I
any
do.
basis of? Okay, what would you
I'm
like to
saying
say?
that. Okay. Oh my gosh, Norm, dude. Literally, dude. I'm agreeing with you. Okay. Like I'm literally,
Okay,
I'm
dude.
fucking agreeing with you. You just literally won't let me fucking
He might
speak.
even be a Jew himself.
Okay, dude, whatever. Why don't you just say, I mean, you're telling me 100 times
He
you
sounds
can't
like a
speak,
Jew.
and by what you keep doing is you keep
I'm not
repeating
Jewish.
it, you can't speak.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. Yes, certain groups do better in America than other groups in America at certain things. That's okay. Are there barriers in place? Are there not? Like, if I see a Jew is doing it particularly well in an area, if I see a white person, if I see a whatever minority or majority you want to say, I don't care. I don't care who's doing well and what. I care if is there barriers. The anti-Semitic shit is so infuriating to listen to because everybody from Tucker Carlson on down wants to have an opinion about fucking Jews. When I'm going, okay, is there barriers? I'm a white guy. I'm a white Christian. There's no barrier to me from doing anything. If you're a black person in America, I'm sorry. In 2026, there's virtually no barrier to you doing anything in America. That doesn't mean this historic injustices didn't happen. It doesn't mean that. I'm not saying that. But this whole idea of like, oh, well, the Jews control this, or the Jews do this, or there's more Jews here, or there's more Jews here. Again, I haven't listened to everything that NBC has to say. Maybe he's going to go off on a bunch of anti-Semitic tropes. Pointing out that certain groups do better in America at certain things is not anti-Semitic. It isn't. It oftentimes leads to
Part of an
anti-Semitism.
anti-Semitic trope about Jews controlling the world and having
I
an
don't
evil
think the Jews
agenda.
control the world.
What's
I
that?
do not think the Jews control the world.
I know you don't, but this is a piece of the same thing. We control the banks, we control the media, we control the United States, we control Donald Trump. It's a part of a whole anti-Semitic, weird, paranoid view.
It's an actual fact that the only lobby that's bigger than the Israel lobby, it's a legitimate fact.
No, it is not a fact. So now I got to chime in on the lobbies discussion
No, the
because
pensioners.
you don't understand what a lobby is.
A year ago, before we
You don't understand what a lobby is. What's the largest lobby in the United States?
It's the pensioners.
Okay, who else is the largest lobby?
Teachers, and then Israel's number is either 3 or 4.
Israel is about number 40 or 50.
It's not 40 or 50.
Insurance. It's the prescription drug companies. It's insurance. It's the NRA. Do you want to go through the list?
The teachers' unions are
First of all, teachers. Yeah, you can go through the number one, and you can pull it up. Anyone can hit Google and look, and way down on the list. But by the way, just so you know, that AIPAC, and I'm going to be very clear on this, does not write checks. Jewish Americans write checks. We write checks, and we write checks to members of Congress, because that's all AIPAC does, is members of Congress. They don't do the executive branch. We write checks up to $5,700, which is the limit for members of Congress, and it is bundled by an organization. It is not that organization writing the checks. It is Christians and Jews that support the American Israel.
Zionists with
May I finish?
Hang on, no, it's not Zionist.
I actually know this more than you do, okay? I actually know this more than you do. It's Christians and Jews that believe in the American-Israel relationship that write checks to the maximum of $5,700, and they give it as to an organization that bundles it and gives it as support to.
It's a super PAC in their top 5 strongest in the United States.
Did I just say how AIPAC is funded? It's individuals.
That's fine. They're still top 5. It doesn't
They are
matter.
not top 5. Go Google it, sweetheart. Go Google the top 5. Not even close. Not even close. I'm not denying it. Anyone can look it
I
up.
don't know what she's talking about.
Anyone can look it up. Look at the top lobbyists in Washington. Have you spent time lobbying? Have you ever knocked on doors in Washington? Do you know who's there? Who's on it? Who's okay? It's the pharmaceuticals. It's the insurance companies. It's AAA. It's NRA. You can go through it. It's the AARP. AARP is one of the top.
I just pulled up the list of the top 10 largest lobbying groups according to Zippia.com. AIPAC isn't in the top 10.
Thank you.
It's not in the top 10.
Not even in the top 20.
The number one is the National Association of Realtors, which we all know is a Jewish front group. Give me a fucking break. Then the American Chamber of Commerce, number 2.
Right.
Again,
I forgot about the Chamber of Commerce, Ben. That's a big.
The Pharmaceutical Research Manufacturers of America is number 3. American Hospital Association is number 4. Blue Cross Blue Shield is number 5. So again, not AIPAC.
Keep going, Ben, because there's lots of other
Meta
ones.
Platforms, number 6. American Medical Association is number 7. Number 8, Amazon. Again, I guess a Jewish front group, according to this jokester. Business Roundtable, the NCTA, and AIPAC, and fucking NPC. I almost called you AIPAC, which is hilarious. NPC, I was going to bat for you so you could open your mouth, and immediately you stuck your foot in it, dude. Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm pro-Israel because they're an ally. Because there's one free country in that entire fucking region. There's one free country. That's it.
Let me go. Let me go.
And they reflect American values and interests and defend us, and we can trust them. Israel's trustworthy.
Let me go.
I will tell you, it's a very important thing.
He's been waiting. It's literally just getting ridiculous.
It's part of your
at this
First
point.
Amendment, and you should all exercise your right to petition the government.
Guys, go ahead. Let's hear from you.
He's been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Why do I have to wait that long?
Because some of the people were talking. Now it's your turn.
I apologize that you had to wait for 10 minutes.
It's cool though. It was like 20 minutes, but
25 minutes, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make it short though. I don't know why people are saying or missing the point when they say Jews run the world. It has nothing to do with just Jews being good at things. It has something to do with the intention of how and why they want the position they have and how they got it.
We don't want that position.
Bro, let me go though, bro. A lot of corruption, a lot of lies throughout history. They've done a lot of bad things. Now, I'm not talking about all Jews. The structure is Jewish people are real people, and a group of bad people pose as Jewish people. So they're not. It's not all Jewish thing.
Can you give me an example of somebody who poses as a Jewish person?
Like the Rothschilds and shit like that.
They're not Jewish.
These are real people.
Yes, they're not Jewish. They're all Christian now, the Rothschilds.
They converted.
Here's the thing, right? I don't buy that. If y'all buy that, right?
Well, we know it.
I mean,
you can buy.
I wish they were Jewish. I would like their money.
It's like somebody
would you
say,
know different?
it's like that your whole life belief in, people. There's people like me that know about these people, and now they want to be Christian, but it's not real. It's just a facade. People don't know facades.
Where did that information come from?
Have you ever met a Rothschild, guys?
And here's the thing, right? And here's the thing, right? Throughout history, it's not like people are just saying this now.
Everybody's been saying this throughout all of history about.
Yes, people say bad things of black people too, and I call that racism. What do you call it?
Simple. They've been saying
Cass,
this about.
Cass, people say bad things about black folks, and I call it racist. What do you call it?
What do you mean? What's the point you're making?
Well, you said that people say bad things about Jews. I call that racism too. What do you call it?
No, but people have been saying specific things, and I'm
Yes.
talking on a big
Yes, they
stage.
did it about black
For
folks, too, and
example,
then they
like, for
enslaved-
example, so what Jewish
Yes.
people do is
No, wait,
they
wait,
go-
Kaz, I'm asking you an
Hold on,
important
bro,
question.
hold on,
Kaz, wait a
hold on.
second. People
I asked you a question,
enslaved black folks. I call that racism. People said that they were bad things. I call it racism. What do you call it when they call Jewish specific things? Whether it's they call Jews lazy, or they call Jews stupid, or they say Jews are on welfare. I call that racism. What would you call it?
Well, as I said before, I said a specific group, not all Jewish people.
Yes, a specific group.
I would just say all black people are not like that. All
okay.
Jewish people are not like that. But
all Jewish people are not like
that happen to run everything.
Run what?
They have bad intentions. And
Who has a bad intention?
They spread a lot of pedophilia.
Jonas Salk had a bad intention, Cass? Did Jonas Salk have a bad intention, Cass?
You know, and then they want to lie about things like the Holocaust.
Albert Einstein had a bad intention, Cass.
You know, they want to lie about the Holocaust.
So do we say all people are like P. Diddy and Michael Jackson?
And all these companies are owned by owned by Jews, though.
Cash. Are all black folks like R. Kelly and P. Diddy and Michael Jackson?
No, that's my point. All Jewish. It's not
I
all
agree
Jewish
with you.
people.
So then why would you say it about Jews?
Bro, did you not hear what I said earlier?
Yeah. So I go,
it's
black
not
folks
all.
are into
Listen
pedophilia.
to what I said. It's not all Jews, but the Jews at the top. The people at the top doing it. They happen to be Jewish.
Okay, who is a Jew at the top?
It's a lot. It's families.
Name one.
It goes
Name
down
one.
to families.
Dude, who is a Jew at the top?
I just gave you some.
But they're not Jewish, so give us one.
They are Jewish.
No, they're not. Kaz, they're not. So give us a Jew at the top.
Who's a Jew at the top?
They're Jewish.
Dude, there's no top. You're talking something. I want to be one of these Jews.
Michael Bloomberg.
Okay, what did Michael Bloomberg do that was bad? He was mayor of New York. What did he do? The city got safer. You don't like Michael Bloomberg? The company.
I don't know. I don't live over there. I was trying to help him.
What did he do? What did he do that bothered you? He said he did evil things.
His crime is being Jewish, obviously.
He took $1 a year.
There's no evidence.
Kaz, hold on, Norm. Kaz,
don't say she. I was just giving an example.
Who is Jonas Salk? Who's Jonas Salk, Kaz? Do you know what polio is? Did you ever hear of polio?
The sickness?
Yeah.
What about it?
You don't have it, do you?
Do
you have any relatives? You have any relatives that had it?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, you know why they don't have it?
Why?
Because Jonas Salk invented the vaccine so that nobody has it anymore.
So here's the thing, right?
So, and guess what about Jonas Salk? He's Jewish. Yeah.
You know what?
And then Saban figured out to put it in little sugar cubes so you could have it in school and make sure all kids had it.
This is important. So you see it like that.
Shall I keep going?
The way I see it, the way I see it, here's the thing. This is why there's a lot.
You think we should still have polio?
Abby, I'm responding to you.
Do you know what he charged for the polio vaccine?
You're saying a Jewish person, right?
Yeah.
There's a sickness, and he made a vaccine for it, right?
So you don't.
Listen to this. I'm saying this.
And you know what he charged for it?
Here's what I'm saying, bro.
Wait, we didn't finish the lesson. You know what he charged for it?
It was totally free. Knowing how to do
free.
I know. I know.
So he paid millions of people all.
Bro, no, you cannot talk because you want to over-talk me, bro. Like,
no, dude,
I waited all that.
No more fragility. All right, go ahead.
But basically, you guys see it like that. I see it like, first of all, they knew what it was. They probably had something to do with it, and the vaccines are not. They are. Like, bro, these vaccines are
Holy shit! So you're saying Jews brought polio into the world so that Jonas Salk could figure out how to cure it and take credit? Is that what you're saying? I think I just heard him say that. Did anyone else? David, did you hear him say that?
The story you think it is not really that. You shouldn't trust the vaccines. Point blank period.
How do you even react to
You
this?
didn't know what polio was.
Because people test these vaccines out. People test these vaccines out, and there's a lot of bad.
Oh my God.
You know with polio, where that causes a lot of difference.
He's not true.
Wanting to look right. It's a
Is he really not trolling? You really believe
I
that?
don't think he's trolling at all.
Okay, so this is like.
Stupid.
I'm not trolling at all. This is what
Your actions
they create. They create the problem.
Yeah, he's like incredibly anti-Semitic. Like honestly.
Problem they create. Why?
It's just
Because
crying
they
and
want
believe
to
it.
Okay, that's what happens.
Bill Gates.
That's what happens. Look at the Epstein.
Oh my gosh. How can you guys do this?
Look at Epstein.
All of the
You think Epstein's not tied to these people?
He just said all of the Epsteins, guys. Literally, he just said all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
No, you said look at all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
Okay, all right, let's go one at a time. Let's try to elevate the conversation a little bit. For the record, no, Jews did not invent polio. Jews did polio vaccine.
You would know if they did?
Yes, of course.
They wouldn't put it.
There's no such thing as inventing polio. It's
No, but you guys did, but Normo, you guys did invent the transgender surgery.
What are you talking about? Y'all push that transgender shit.
Let's move on. All right, thank you for
You can't be real.
Let's move on.
It's so unfortunate because, you know, this kind of rhetoric actually is like a double-edged sword. It like hurts you guys, like the people in the room, to keep hearing this kind of narrative, and it simultaneously disables like all of your contributions in a fast swoop. It sucks.
Poetry on Clubhouse is invaluable because
bro, shut up. I had enough of you.
You too might be coming onward. Your art that you choose to listen to is
honestly.
Therefore, use and discrimination to know how much is too much Clubhouse.
So, universe, please don't create this.
So here's my big issue with a lot of this stuff. It's what's happening is that they're creating unfalsifiable arguments. I mean, when I say they, I'm going to be specific here. I mean, anti-Semites like Kaz. When he says they, he roughly means the Jews, but apparently not all Jews. But what he's doing is he's creating an unfalsifiable argument. So if you just go, oh yeah, hey, what you're saying is totally insane, so let's follow it. Then he goes, okay, well, again, with the polio vaccine, like, oh, the polio vaccine was invented by a Jew. And then he goes, oh, then polio must have been invented by a Jew. You see this again. This is not the Kaz. This is like other people who are anti-Semitic as well. Hey, what you're saying is insane.
Yeah, you are.
Jews. Yeah, you actually are, dude.
No,
like saying that the estimated number of deaths during the Holocaust is a lot.
It is.
That's anti-Semitic, bro.
Literally, textbook anti-Semitism. It isn't veiled.
But I've heard numbers as high as 18 million.
No, but that's not the direction he's going. If he's seeing, let's not be intellectually dishonest. Please, let's not be intellectually dishonest and giving.
What do you mean?
No, and giving Kaz credit.
It's as high as 18 million.
But we're talking about the person here right now. Here right now, those estimates go down and not up. So to not be intellectually dishonest.
But I genuinely think that the mainstream numbers are overrepresented. By how much I don't know, but I do think the mainstream numbers are overrepresented. But we're still talking about hundreds of thousands and millions of people. It's still a tragedy. So like measuring hard instead of
trying to minimize it is a classic anti-Semitic.
No, I don't about minimizing it. You guys are taking it so when
it was about his statement. Kaz's statement was about minimizing it, bro.
It's not about minimizing.
We're not talking about people who are not in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement in the room.
I understand English. I disagree with the way it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive. Clap for Kaz. What I am saying is that the reason why let a person finish an idea and then you can see where they're going with it. Let us finish an idea. You're gonna see where I'm going with it. It's not.
And we just keep talking over each other because one of us must.
Okay. I'm going to say this again. I had to take a few phone calls and do a few meetings because I'm trying to control the media and the banks and the world and Donald Trump and polio.
No.
So we're going to go one at a time. Universal, please don't interrupt. So for those who didn't know...
You're going to be a part of the conversation,
It's all right. For those who didn't know, Holocaust minimization is a classic anti-Semitic trope. Why? Because it's part of this whole idea that Jews are controlling the story, and Jews are controlling the media, and Jews are playing victim, and Jews are lying. That's where that whole thing comes from. So you have fallen victim to a classic, really it's a Nazi trope. And when black folks in particular begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing since black folks too were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something slightly more intelligent?
The reason why I don't think you guys care about progress. The reason why I don't think you guys care about anti-Semitism.
What were you gonna say?
This is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Before Abby got on stage, I think I was misunderstood.
Okay.
I was trying to basically build a bridge with not the Jewish, but have a conversation with some Jewish folk and kind of tell them, hey, there's a lot of people that you guys are calling anti-Semitic that are not anti-Semitic. This is the worst thing that you can do. Because it helps the conspiracy theorists. It helps the conspiracy theorists because when you start to deny, oh, we're not overrepresented in the media, or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like, there's certain things that guys are doing that aren't strategic in my point of view, and that gives people like Kaz more credibility because you guys can't even have conversations. You can't even have conversations.
Hang on. Do you remember welfare queens? Remember that term?
What does welfare queens have to do with?
That was from Ronald Reagan. That was from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during that time, thank God, but I wasn't alive to witness.
I wasn't alive either, but I know that term.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being?
He's talking about the proselytization. He's talking about the proselytization of propaganda.
If you're against the state of Israel, you're also an anti-Semite.
It's an anti-black trope. It says that black folks are overrepresented in welfare. It's a lie.
But they are.
They are.
But they are.
I agree. This is what you don't understand.
They are. I agree.
You're talking to people that agree with you.
Look at Kaz.
He wasn't alive during the Holocaust. How could he even know about it?
Look at
He wasn't alive. That's the new standard for knowing about something.
Is this news to you, El Normo, that black people are overrepresented when it comes to welfare benefits?
And we're overrepresented in sports. And we're overrepresented in pop lives. Is there anything else?
The lack of impulse control in this room is crazy. I'm so sorry.
This is kind of crazy, and I'm sorry that includes moderators. Norm,
Did you just learn something today?
Norm, you gotta control.
No, I'm trying to teach you about racism, and you're proving impervious.
But here's the thing, Norm.
So why don't they try different strategies?
Oh my God. People say this, right? People say people are racist against white people. Black people don't like white people, right? And I tell them, do you realize only a small majority
Black people
of
don't like white people. Where do you get that from?
Bro, can you shut the fuck up?
Please.
No, you can shut the fuck up, bitch.
You look like a thumb, nigga.
Who is that talking?
Nigga, you are a thumb, bitch.
Like the
Oh boy, now we got black people on black people.
And I tell black people, like, bro, you realize only a small percentage of white people owned slaves back then, right? I'm that type of person. I'm not catering for anybody. And I'm telling you, that 6 million Jews, that's been a folktale in the Jewish community.
Not a folktale.
Let me land it, bro. Before you cut it out, bro, I'm here to listen to you, bro. Just let me say my say, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean, thank you for your participation. It's enough already. It's a folktale. It's a lie. It's the Jews are... It's enough already. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. I'm here to tell you that it's a folktale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So, thank God for that. They're all coming back to life. It was all a big misunderstanding.
The craziest part, Norm, is that it's the most documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it when they were put on trial. They said we were following orders, but they didn't say we didn't do it.
They did it.
It's the most documented thing of all time. It's like October 7th, the terrorists who go out there and are videotaping themselves raping and killing people, and then people say, oh, they didn't do it. There's always going to be somebody, I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said that slavery was a choice. I guess the guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice.
Yeah, but
That's the only
the thing is that
right?
when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say things that they believe in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns, and I think that free speech is the best policy, because if you guys try to stifle what people are saying, what you're going to do is you're going to start alienating people who just have questions.
Yeah,
and when you alienate people who just have questions, it makes the people
you're just trying to provoke people.
that conspiracy theory.
You just want to provoke people. You're trying to provoke Jews when you say the Holocaust didn't happen, or it's a folktale. 6 million.
Wait, that was the other Jew. Oh my gosh, Randy.
You don't have a source for that.
Yeah, NPC didn't say that. Randy, NPC didn't say that.
But whoever said that it's 6 million is a
that person's been
they didn't
removed.
read that in the book. But they didn't. But there's no source for that. They didn't read the book. They just made it up.
Yes?
Yeah, Norm, let me say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, to NPC's point, maybe they are curious. You don't know if they're trying to provoke you or not. Second of all, as a strategy, when someone says, Jews control the world or Jews control the media, then you say, that's right, motherfucker, we do. And if you don't get in line, we're going to come after you.
Finally,
why not lean into
I'll try that next.
I mean, there's always multiple ways you can take things, and it's like, there's something Jews control all the banks. That's right, and if you don't get in line, we're going to come and we're going to default your mortgage, and you're going to be living on the street, you motherfucker.
So thank you, Alan, for being some comic relief to this room, because clearly that was meant to be funny.
No soup for you.
Right, exactly. So
was that sarcasm?
This is where I
said no soup for you.
This is where
was that sarcasm?
It's a
quote from Seinfeld.
And I wasn't trying to be funny.
There's a strong difference between I think it was Kaz. There's a strong difference between Kaz and NPC. NPC,
fuck Donald Trump.
I don't know.
I'll take care of it.
Good, thank you. I think that there's a difference between Kaz and NPC. Between Kaz and NPC. NPC, I don't actually think that you're anti-Semitic. I think that you're saying, hey, we should be allowed to ask questions without being labeled anti-Semitic. I 100% agree with that. You should absolutely be able to ask questions without being labeled anti-Semitic. There's plenty of things that the nation of Israel has done that I don't like, and that's fine. There's plenty of things that Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm sure that if I went through his voting record, all those things, there's things that he's done that I don't like. That's fine. Again, I'm not a Jew.
Probably things you like and things you don't like.
Please let me finish. But here's obviously Norm is getting triggered, and that's understandable.
Not triggered.
This
is the way I talk.
Oftentimes, these questions that get asked oftentimes lead to the exact same thing, which is they end up in anti-Semitic tropes. Right, so that's why Norm is getting triggered the way that he is.
Not triggered.
Yeah, I've spoken to
jumping off a mic.
I do this all day long. I choose to be here.
I know you do.
No, Ben, I don't know how long you've been on Clubhouse, but I've been on Clubhouse for a minute. There's time before. Let me tell you something. Norm before 7th and after were two different people. Okay.
Again,
two different people. Okay. Norm after October 7th, he's a different animal. Okay.
So same person.
Different animal.
Same person.
So
still a human being.
I don't think that like Jews being successful in certain areas of America means that they control those areas of America, or that there's some conspiracy theory here. This is where it's like, yeah, of course, there's things that certain people, again, I mentioned this earlier, certain groups do better in certain areas. Asians don't control math, they do statistically better in math.
Ben. Did you just call him an animal? I can't go on stage.
No, I said he's a different animal.
Then you said maybe when he said I'm a human being. You said maybe. What
because I call him Jumo. Listen, I have a tongue-in-cheek relationship with Norm. It's just different, you know. I call him Jumo.
I don't know.
I'm not sure who you are. Do I know you under a different name?
Yeah. You tried to sell me parking space in Gaza like last year.
Oh, are you interested?
I was interested last year.
No, but
now with the prices and I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not even
free parking in Palestine.
Yeah, I was in the room that you're trying to sell parking space in Gaza.
No, I was giving it away for free.
And can I'm going to make one comment because I have a dentist appointment and I'd rather have that pain than listen to some of these people. I just want to say that what happens in the Middle East is not decided by my synagogue or my kids' day school. And to come and attack us and go after us as we're trying to live our lives in America is anti-Semitic, is bad, is wrong. And dudes like Kaz are scared turning. Just try coming after religion in the United States. We don't decide the military moves and political decisions of a nation on the other side of the planet. We decide what we do in our temple or if we want to eat pork or not. It's just not right to go after us personally and attack us and send death threats and want to harm us in our lives in the United States. That's what I wanted to say.
I agree.
Thank you, Abby.
Welcome.
Great. Wishing death on people is bad, and being mean.
And by the way, the U.S. has been planning to invade Iran ever since they took over our embassy, and it's the most one of the most planned.
But we understand why they made a decision
I do want to correct something that Ben said. I wasn't being satirical. I was being dead serious. Speaking of that,
I know you were. I was just trying to.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, yes, there's a comical part of it, but you know the trope of Jews control Hollywood. You know, we've heard that for years. Well, actually, there was an article a couple of years ago written by a Jewish guy who said, "Damn right," and he listed everyone, all of the Jewish CEOs, all of the Jewish heads of the production companies, all of the Jewish heads of the talent agencies, etc., and his was, yeah, we're here in Hollywood, we're successful at it, and stop complaining. That was it.
It's funny.
Alan, a lot of Armenians, other than MGM, don't.
It's not an attack on. It's not.
No, I know you're not. I'm saying it in a loving way because he was a client of ours. He also controlled the casino here at the MGM. But he was. Krikorian was phenomenal, man. Oh, yeah, very philanthropic. I mean, so there's, by the way, some very successful Armenians in Hollywood.
No, I know that, Abby. But the point is the reaction to when someone makes the accusation. Instead of going on the defensive, well, what do you mean? No, they can't. Well, look at all these other people leaning into it and saying, yes, we are successful, too bad. And I've used that argument as well with people who complain about such things. It's like, well, okay, if you don't like that Jews are doing this, then you go to Hollywood, you start a company, you get a media thing, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, that's
true,
but then the question, I mean, I think that last part's a little bit, right? But I will say, I did say this before you got in here, Alan, that it, the negative conjecture around this statement actually doesn't afford anybody the ability to give Jewish people in the media and specifically Hollywood their flowers, right? And so as a person who carries, this kind of medium, film and television and literature and plays and all that stuff, I find that it's strange to listen to people say it in this way, and I can't really think that they are meaning anything but negative things, because when people respect the art form and they are speaking about, a large number of Jewish people and their prominence in Hollywood, they don't say the Jews. They say people of Jewish descent, or they say the Jewish people or a Jewish person. So when somebody says the Jews, it's like pulling a trigger. You already know, right?
But I say the blacks.
Yeah.
I have to say the Jews. If I don't say the Jews, then the blacks.
I mean, if you say the blacks, that's weird.
Yeah, but look, it's a lot
what is with all these microaggressions? Like Alan, you're almost 80, bro. Like, what is with all these we have actual anti-Semitism. Why do we have to round up? This is the issue. Why are we constantly looking for different ways to round up to anti-Semitism? Why can't a person just be flatly anti-Semitic and just call them that instead of these microaggressions? Well, if you say the Jews, then really that's a dog whistle, and I say the blacks, that's not a dog whistle.
But I also, if it's not you, if the label isn't for you, you don't actually have to be reactive toward it.
And saying that Jews doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic.
Do you hear what I'm saying, though? You don't actually have to react to it. If you don't feel that you are being anti-Semitic in those moments, you don't have to react to it
It's objectively not anti-Semitic. It's not about me. What you just said,
okay, so if
it doesn't apply to anybody in the world.
But what I'm saying is, if it's not you, then you don't have to react. I don't think that's true, dude. I think some people using the Jews is absolutely 100% charged, and you would be foolish to pretend that it isn't.
The word isn't charged. They just don't like Jews.
Yes, people are using this word as an epithet, bro.
Yeah, if you're not talking,
if you don't like black people and you call a person a black person, that doesn't mean that a black person is now a racial epithet.
I think you're being willfully obtuse.
This is what the left does. They try and police speech and tell you what you can and cannot say because you're offended. I have a lot of Jewish friends. I refer to El Normo as one of the Jews plenty of times, and he's never once corrected me on saying.
I call him the top Jew.
Here's a person that wants to come in and police speech because she got a badge from Liberals of America Society.
Bro, when? Excuse me, running your mouth about nothing. You've been sitting up here on mute the entire time. Now you're talking big?
The Jews. There's nothing anti-Semitic.
Bro, I'm trying to bring the conversation into a space of peace so people stop going at each other's throats for stupid shit, dude.
You're trying to police people's speech.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to police your speech because you haven't said any of notes, so you can go back on mute.
There was nothing offensive said. We're tired of hearing your antics.
Are you tired of hearing my antics? Then leave the room, bro. Nobody asked you to be here.
Move the conversation along. We don't want to hear.
Okay, move the fucking conversation along. What do you have to say?
Pedantic though to say you shouldn't say the Jews. I mean, we say Jesus was king of the Jews. We don't. I mean, this is fucking silly. If they're Jewish, then you say the Jews.
Y'all don't understand the English language. You can say something and sound offensive.
Well, then don't be offended.
I don't really think they care. I mean, Norm, do you care?
I think her voice is annoying. I think her voice is offensive. Should we tell her to stop speaking?
I'm against racism for the record.
Or the Persians.
Right, but I think
that's what it is.
But El Noma has the intellect to understand when he's talking to a foolish person and when he's talking to somebody that has integrity.
I mean, he did get nominated for multiple prizes.
He's already shown us evidence that he knows how to differentiate the two. So that's why I wouldn't feed it to someone actually calling me the N-word. You know, just being a black person. Me personally, I don't engage with people like that. They're automatically have been.
Have you used the N-word before?
I mean, yeah, I've used it before. Yeah.
He's a black person.
I'm a black guy. Yeah, absolutely, my nigga. What's up?
Whoa. So a lot of it is the intention behind it, right? So if somebody says they're Jews in a certain way, you know where they're coming from. And if they say it in another way, like the way TC said a minute ago.
But why are we even talking about it?
Let's move on. I agree.
I agree. It is silly. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to comment on the article if you want to get back to that. But
Oh, no, don't say the article. It's offensive.
Okay, we're talking about the Jews now. We're
I
talking
was
about the
just
Jews.
going to say, Xerxes, you know, in the entertainment business, there's a lot of people who aren't as successful as they want to be. And instead of blaming themselves for their own shortcomings or lack of dedication, it's easier just to blame somebody else. So that's it.
Yeah, blame the Jews.
No, yeah, I totally agree with that, and I think, you know, there are multiple structures at play. Anybody who's involved in entertainment knows that there are multiple structures at play. I mean, you know, get good.
Yeah, in any event, as far as that article on the Hill, one of the things that struck me, and I'm trying to find the paragraph, but they said how Trump has dominates the news cycle and has been creating chaos. I can't find it now, but yeah, I think you understand what I'm saying. And what I find hypocritical about that and ironic is the fact that, yes, that's what he did from 16 to 20, and I was on the left, 2016 to 2020, and yet when he left office and Biden was the president, they didn't shut up.
Way out there, man. We're in the Ventura County.
Still, David, I don't know what you're saying. Thank you. So, and they still kept talking about Trump. And what I've come to realize, it's not Trump that's creating the chaos, it's the left. They thrive off of it because they actually believe that it's actually going to work as a strategy against him. And all it did from 2020 to 24 is it got him reelected. And thank you, the left, for reelecting Donald Trump. That's the only point I'm making.
Well, that's a very salient point, honestly.
Kamala Harris.
I've said this plenty of times. The left always wants to blame conservatives or Donald Trump. The left is the reason why Donald Trump is president. Why they can't understand that it was high inflation. It was the
border
disruptive. It was the border. It was the disruptive international conflicts that couldn't get managed. It was all of these. It was crime.
It was the messy Afghanistan
war. It was all of it. I just don't understand why people don't get that.
And it was Kamala Harris. That's the only candidate.
The sad part about it, they have learned nothing. That's the sad part about it. They have not changed the Democrat Party. They're still pushing for the same candidates. Well, Dave, I think you got a hot mic or something about the patio. But
Norm, can you mute David?
I'm sorry, guys.
I think Kamala's going to run again. This other guy, weirdo guy, they got
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, Gavin. Oh my God, Newsom. Oh my God, he's like Joe Biden's son. They kind of look alike. Last week I noticed it. I'm like, wait a second. It's just like another Joe Biden.
He was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, right?
Yeah, the Fox News person.
Wow. Yeah, Newsom is about to. I mean, if Newsom becomes president, shit, I might be moving forever, bro. I ain't coming back.
I mean, when Biden left the country, he went to the White House. He looked pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, Newsom had a mental breakdown a couple of months ago on camera. I always equate him to Greg Stilson from the original Dead Zone with Christopher Walken, who's like, he sees him, Christopher Walken can see in the future, and he sees Stilson starting a nuclear holocaust on the planet. So that's Newsom to me.
Yeah, I got a question about the topic. So I just got in about 15 minutes ago, but this is should Trump resign to be redeemed? I feel like I just looked at the article too as well. I feel like it doesn't matter who gets in office; they're going to go through the same reps. Where in the beginning there's like always that honeymoon period with your new candidate or a newly elected candidate, and then shortly thereafter, whether it's a quarter after or year or annually or midway through their term, people tend to be completely disappointed with the outcome, because a lot of people are going to the polls, emotionally charged, which is unhealthy. This is a bunch of tribalism happening right now, which is unhealthy for the country. So I think that this is just going to be the nature of the political cycle, or the political scene, at least for the next decade or two. So I mean, he could resign. I don't think he really cares about his reputation. I mean, he's an older guy. He can't run again. So I mean, he doesn't give a fuck. So.
Bless you, Sam, for taking the room seriously and giving a considered, intelligent, informed response with perspective. Yay for you. Hang on a second.
Oh, appreciate it. But what you guys think?
Now the bar is high. Nobody can be less intelligent than Sam. So you're going to better think about what you say before you show up.
Well, I'm thinking about it because the other thing which I didn't touch on is the fact that the article assumes that everything Trump has done has been immoral and that he needs to be redeemed by it. And that's certainly, that's been the talking point of the left, that what he's doing is immoral. And, one can ask the question, is it immoral to go against a oppressive regime in another country? I mean, this is the United States. We've declared other regimes immoral and have committed, our military power to overthrowing other immoral governments, and yet somehow that message is lost on the left. Never mind the fact that the IRGC in Iran is oppressive to women, that they make them cover themselves because, of course, if a man sees a woman's hair or any part of a body, he will instantly be thrown into lustful desires and have to, have sex with that woman. But so it's incumbent upon women to cover themselves. I mean, that's the reason why they dress the way they dress. And for some reason, the left seems to ignore simple things like that, and continues to say, well, Trump is immoral because he's trying to go against this government.
But I mean, like, the immoral, label is subjective, man. Like, it really depends on
Of course.
Yeah. But the unfortunate part about it is that if you really think about how Trump has been really running the country right now, I didn't vote for him, but I got to give him a little bit of credit. He's been pretty much neutral, even though it seems like he's been all in when it comes to this particular Middle East. But for the most part, if you look at his entire ledger, he's been kind of like trying to play both sides. He's a little bit more of a liberal type of, the more centrist type of Republican versus a hard right, like far right or whatever. But
like the neocons.
What? Yeah. I believe so, bro. Hey, think about it though, because he has been trying to ceasefire for a few months now. Even
Ukraine and Russia ceasefire.
Right. That's
Armenia.
He wants to strike a deal. He wants to strike a deal.
Congo war.
Yeah, but I don't. So let me tell you why Trump wants to strike a deal.
Let me just finish my submission though, real quick. But yeah. No, I mean, look, if you think about it, again, somebody pointed out here the Ukrainian Russia war. I mean, he's definitely been trying to strike a deal. He wants us to get back to our lives.
Yeah, and that's something on Biden.
Hey, I just didn't say.
Trump, I love you, Trump. Trump is a bad bro. Trump. Daddy, Trump is my dad.
Change your panther, bro. Change your panther.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and land there. But ultimately, I mean, look, like I said, he can't really please everybody. I know he's trying to make the attempt to, and it's only an attempt. I don't know personally. I don't feel like he cares about how people feel about him. I think that if somebody wants to put together an article like this, a journalist wants to put one of these pieces together, I think he's at a place in his life right now where he can care less.
Yeah, it's amazing to see like people's different perspective when it comes. The reason why Trump doesn't care isn't because he's a moderate. It's just his neocon friends gave him some really, really, really bad command after he gets into a situation that's fucking up. The reason why Americans voted for Trump is because they're like, you know what? Everything's in chaos. I have to choose between a shit sandwich and a turd sandwich. At least I'm going to choose the turd sandwich that I feel like the economy is going to be stronger. He's talking about populist issues. He's talking about bread butter issues. The Democrats are talking about booty gang, transgender shit. Okay, we're going to vote for Trump because the markets are going to be better. He does the one thing. He does the one thing that it's almost like last year when Trump was doing all the deportations, and then he had to slow them down because the deportations were actually affecting his rich friends and their cheap labor. This is the same reason why he's trying to come to the negotiating table now, because he did something incredibly stupid, and now the markets are paying a price. And this is like the world's market. Like, even if this conflict gets solved today, the economic impact for losing that amount of oil, it's still going to affect us for years, even if this is solved today. This is a royal fuck up. This isn't him being bipartisan. This is him being Republican.
Let me respond. The funny thing about NPC, he forgets the failed diplomacy that happened in Russia and Ukraine, that Biden and Kamala failed to mediate, has
They refused to negotiate with them. They refused to negotiate.
The gas prices on average $5 and get on average across the United States in 2022 underneath Biden. Those sanctions he put on Russia, right?
Yeah, and I was against those. I was against those.
Hold on. Last time I checked, right? Ain't that like the third world's largest oil supplier is Russia? If you sanction them, dude, what happened in that situation dwarfs what's happening now in Iran. Iran had, they admitted they had 60% uranium enrichment. And they like egged it on us. They put, what the fuck you gonna do about it? So for you to say something like, oh, that's so freaking stupid, that's a farce, bro. And number two, Donald Trump, his first election, the reason why people vote for him again, because he was right. The coronavirus did come from China. These motherfuckers knew about this shit. Talking about it came from some wet market. I remember I got my Twitter account canceled off that shit. Because I knew it came from the lab. They was like, oh no, you get the fuck up out of here. People was losing their jobs over this shit. And it come to find out he was right. You know what I'm saying? He told us about the Democrats. Oh, they just want open borders. Oh, they don't give a fuck about the border situation, security. Guess what? We just went through Biden and Kamala. He was right about that shit. They don't give a fuck. They don't put us first. They tell you, these Democrats will tell you that in our faces right now. Yes, I don't give a fuck about you. Yes, I want to care about. I want to get your money, give it to everybody else. I mean, damn, dude. This dude is right.
Nathan, when we go back and forth, one thing that always amazes me is how you never acknowledge how similarly a lot of shit we agree on. And a lot of the shit that you said we agree on, that's the reason why I'm confused. That's the reason why I'm confused, because if you're going to criticize unnecessarily going to war that fucks up the economy, you pointed out the sanctions with Russia and how the sanctions with Russia was a double-edged sword. So how can you point out that the economic ramifications of Russia was bad for the economy, and then blame the Biden administration, which is I agree with you on, and then when the Trump administration does this, which they didn't need to do because the whole entire proliferation is a lie. It's a lie.
God damn it, David. The secretary cheerleading from the fucking audience, from the stage. Like, holy shit.
I have to stop you right there. There is no dispute about the level of enhancement that
the Secretary of State said the reason why we went in is because Israel made us go in. The Secretary. I trust Marco Rubio more than you.
Marco Rubio did not dispute the enhancement of the uranium.
No, but he said the reason why we went in. No, the reason we didn't go in because that's not true.
Okay. I gotta move you to the audience for a second and give you a timeout, NPC, because we went through this before. Marco Rubio said that in terms of the timing, it was necessary to stop their nukes, stop their ballistic missiles, stop their sponsorship of terror, and stop their slaughter of their own people. Another big reason that we went in is because they were slaughtering their own people, which they've stopped doing. And another reason that we went in is because they're developing ballistic missiles, which could reach Europe and eventually the United States, which is another reason why we went in. Another reason why we went in is because they're nuclear enhancement, which they've agreed on. So for you to somehow try to deflect the Marco Rubio is fundamentally dishonest. We went through this whole thing before, then you repeated it, which is showing that you're not really listening. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I think we should let Manfinity go.
Good idea. I think Manfinity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now that I'm not as good as Manfinity, you just set me up, Alan. I know you already.
Yeah, but I haven't heard Man in a long time, so
I just stepped in the room. I'm not prepared to contribute at this point.
All right.
But thank you for the layup.
Did you vote for Trump?
Well, I can continue on because all these things are connected.
Let's go.
All about the last 12 months and stuff like that. Iran, when the war started in Ukraine, guess what Iran was doing? They was giving Russia the Shahed drones in masses. And countries don't give you anything for nothing. Like they're gonna, how you doing, Russia? I'm just gonna give you these bombs and these drones for shit. No, they got something in return. Guess what? Last year, Russia sent nuclear scientists to Iran. This is in the news. People don't pay attention to shit like that. And then the world became a more dangerous place.
China has nuclear engineers in Iran as well, some of whom got killed when we bombed their nuclear
all these, because Joe Biden made this world a dangerous place in Kamala. When they went to war, it was pretty much a proxy war, because this dumbass Biden felt like he was like in some Soviet Cold War in his demented brain. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was craziness. The treaties, nuclear treaties.
Does that mean that America was never ready for a black president in the first place?
That's totally. Let me continue on, because I was onto something, right?
Obama was not black. Does that count?
That the nuclear treaty is gone now. Yeah, people don't realize what that means. That means that no matter who you are, where you are, Israel too, it's more dangerous. It's way more dangerous. Ukraine attacked Russia triad system, attacked international bombers. Putin said he's not going to sign it. Right now, I think we have about 4,000 nuclear bombs. Russia has about 4,000, 5,000. Now it's off the table right now. It expired last month, I believe. Now Russia can ramp up. See, back in the Cold War, we had like 50,000 between us and Russia. Now all these effing nuclear bombs is going to be ramped up. Hey, slip into a terrorist's hands? Maybe. Can they still off? It's hard to track down 50,000 or 80,000. We don't know what's about to come. That's Biden's fault and Kamala's fault and these dumbasses. And then number two, who the fuck? Iran is not a superpower. You know what I'm saying? They're not a superpower. Russia is.
Well, they seem to be powering the American and Navy and military, including Israel.
We have two aircraft carriers.
So don't don't diminish somebody else's capabilities. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and I remember, and Nathan, I don't know if you remember, but at least on this app and elsewhere on social media, when the war with Ukraine started, one of my points was, look, Russia's a superpower, and they were saying, oh, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. They're going to get beat. There's nothing to worry about here. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Alan, from the bottom of my heart, Biden and Kamala sent these people to the slaughterhouse. It's over
absolutely.
1 million Ukrainians are dead right now. 1.5 to 2 million people have been died in that war.
Exactly.
I agree with it, by the way.
If they had gone and told Ukraine, look, you're getting nothing from us, you got to negotiate with Russia, make peace, then there would have been no war. They would have come to some agreement, and those people would be alive. Instead, the U.S., and this is what the U.S. is responsible for, push for Ukrainian NATO membership, which the Russians had made clear they didn't want. They made it clear for 8 years. And so then that's how this happened. But, you know, where we're at now, it's how many years later, Russia still holds the same territory it held for the last 2 or 3 years. And that, you know, for all of their bluster about we Democrats saying we don't want any more endless wars, get out of Afghanistan, what did they do? Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, and 2 months later, however long it was,
Exactly.
now we're back.
About 2 or 3 months. You're right.
Yeah.
Right when he pulled, I remember right when we pulled out of Afghanistan, we told Ukraine, tell Russia and Putin to fuck off, fuck himself, and then we went right to a party.
Alan, I have a projection for you. Okay, check this out. What I'm thinking, Alan. This is especially for you, but could be for everybody.
Yeah.
So Henry Kissinger was very brilliant in opening up our relations with China because it divided China against Russia. Now, or Soviet Union. Now, China is ascending as a major adversary, and Russia has really been split away from them. So this is what I think Trump's big plan is. Because who's going to be the next big problem in the Middle East? Our old friend Turkey. And who is Turkey's biggest enemy? Russia. So what we're doing is we're getting a little closer to Russia, dividing Russia again against China. China is a big funder of Iran and a big customer of Iran. And it'll be the United States and Russia against Turkey, and they'll finally get what was coming to them, going all the way back to the Armenian genocide. That's my theory. What do you think?
But Turkey is a NATO power.
I'll tell you what I think, Norm.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. The problem is, now I haven't been on top of it lately, but Russia was making deals with Turkey in the last I heard, which would kind of goes against what you just said.
I just made that up, you realize. It was pure like speculation and fantasy.
Oh, well, good. Well, it's not
But to be honest, I think it's better to just be drawn up and running rather than start speculating on first, because they're not trustworthy.
I will tell you something else, Norm. The problem with Turkey is that they are in terms of geography, they are in the sweet spot between the Middle East and Europe. They know it, we know it, everybody else knows it, and nobody fucks with them, because if they do, it's a problem. So
They're also part of NATO.
it would be nice if what you said happened, and I think that would be a good thing. How they pull it off, I don't know, but you are never going to minimize Turkey, because Turkey is right there at the nexus between the Middle East, Europe, and even, down into the lower parts of the Middle East. So I would like that to happen. I don't know if it...
Well, you're ruining my fantasy with reality.
Well, I'm sorry, but it could happen. I mean, don't forget, the Turks piss off everybody, so they might piss off Putin, and that'll be the end, and it'll go the way you're talking.
All right. We can move on now.
I had a turkey sandwich for lunch. Does that count?
Yeah, you're good.
By the way, Nathan was saying, is Nathan still here? Yeah, Nathan was saying before that he got his Twitter account canceled for saying that it came from a lab. Not only was it obvious to most everybody that it didn't come from a pangolin in a wet market, which is sort of a weird idea, but Fauci went on TV in the early days of the pandemic, before the lockdowns, and said he had created the labs in China where they were studying gain-of-function viruses as a potential bioweapon. He said it on TV. All this stuff has been memory hold. He admitted that he was indirectly supervising gain-of-function research, which, again, now it looks like led to the accidental lab leak of this virus. And these, like Wuhan, they had lab leaks before because China has a much lower standard of safety. So that reinforces what Nathan said before.
Did you see Jon Stewart on Colbert? Colbert was beside himself. He didn't know what to do because Jon Stewart was saying essentially, of course it came from China. It's called the Wuhan virus. And he said, and his joke was, it's as if an outbreak of chocolatey goodness happened in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Who are we going to blame? Hershey's, of course. You know, it was hilarious. But Colbert was like beside himself because, you know, Stewart is his boss, essentially. And he couldn't say anything, and he tried to mitigate it. But the fact was, Stewart was in one of his now few moments of clarity was.
You know what's crazy about that Jon Stewart moment? You could feel that's what makes people conspiracy theorists, because when you saw Colbert's face, you could see Colbert's face. Everyone who understands English understood that the logic that John was putting down. But Colbert, it was almost like he was trying to stop his friend from jumping off a cliff. Like, you don't really want to do that now, do you? Like, oh no, don't take that. Oh. Like, it's like, damn, like, I think that John knows that he's not able to say it, but John understands that his celebrity is way too far high. And also, he has a plausible deniability of being a comedian. Everybody knows that shit came from a lab, man.
I didn't even know you and John were
In China, right?
Yeah, me and John are best friends.
No, but it's also very like coincidental. What happened straight after with Russia and Iran, 7th of October, is like, you know, when the world was at its weakest.
Under Biden.
But they wouldn't dare to do that during like an American Republican governance, would they?
I don't think it matters. Honestly, I think that we should be past partisan lines as Americans at this point. I don't think for the working class American, playing partisan politics does us any good whatsoever. Like, the differences between the parties aren't big enough to where I can write somebody off for voting D or R. They're more similar than they are different. And then, honestly, the president is just the biggest scapegoat in the country. He's just the person who we blame for all of our problems when things are going bad, even though most of the things that are affecting us now are policies that were written 10 years ago. So that's just what it be. Like, we just find a person to blame, and the president is just the most popular person to blame if there's a problem. Sometimes it's their fault. A lot of times it's not.
What is it that's going to get the Black Americans behind like a president like Trump? This is what I don't understand about like minorities in America.
Yeah, to your point about the differences between the parties, come to California. There's a big difference, number one, and number two, that, you know, there's old saying, the way California goes, so goes the nation. They're trying to, the same policies that they've implemented in California, that's what they're trying to get on a nationwide scale. And those do affect the middle class and working class, definitely. Because if you got, certainly, if you own property in California, they're trying to tax the shit. They're trying to get rid of the current tax structure in California, and it's reprehensible. And so that will affect people.
What do you mean by get rid of the tax structure?
Well, well, specifically, Prop 13, which was enacted, I forget, way back when, you are taxed based on what you bought your house for. So, you know, so you buy a house, you pay $300,000, then you're taxed 1.1% plus cost of living increases, inflation increases. It's not reassessed every year by the city or local governments. Mm-hmm. So at number one, it gives you as a homeowner predictability. You know what your tax costs are going to, property tax costs are going to be. And then the other thing is that it keeps it low. So once it keeps taxes low, so that, you know, over the year, it's not getting jacked up by thousands and thousands of dollars. They are actively, there's a now thing, they want to do split rolls where it's like, okay, if it's under $3 million, then it'll stay the same, but if it's over, it'll get reassessed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're trying to slowly chip away at those protections.
I mean, and why is that a bad thing?
Unrealized capital gains, Alan. These people don't even have that money.
Yeah.
It's like it's speculative.
Why is it a bad thing? Because they introduce, first of all, they introduce it as, oh, well, this is just for the rich and they can afford to do it. And then eventually it comes down to their bar for entry of who they're going to tax gets lower and lower. For example, we had Prop 19 in 2020, which essentially it also used to be you could will your property to a child or grandchild, and the tax base would, your tax assessment would stay the same. They would inherit that. And they changed it in 2020 to say that yes, that you can do that as long as it's the property is worth under $1.5 million. Well, welcome to California, where the median price is something like $800,000, and properties now are close to, or if not going over, $1.5 million that weren't within that. So it's a way that they're trying to raise taxes on people. Why is it bad? Because it's just another way that they can try and pull taxes from people to fund their already failing budget, failing projects, and the fact that the state is so poorly run, it's now in debt bills.
I mean, like, well, okay, so people is like a wide net. They're trying to increase taxes on the baby boomer ruling class.
That's not it. But that's it's bigger. Okay, so when you look at the incomes, they're going after the upper middle class. And normally, when we talk about raising taxes on the rich, we're not thinking about people who are making $500,000 a year. We're thinking about the billionaires and the millionaires. What you have are. Did you just listen to what he said? So if your family bought a house,
I heard everything he said. I don't need to re-explain to me.
So what he talks about, most of those people, when people lost homes in California on this app, when California was on fire, everyone thinks that people who own homes in California have money. A lot of those people have those houses handed down to them, and they can't even accept their inheritance because of the way that the tax laws are written. It's actually fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So they're going to create more aggressive tax laws to go against the billionaires, but they're not going against the billionaires. They're just increasing taxes on upper middle class people, and then those people move.
Well, they're making, so I can see how this is good and bad, which is why I asked the bad part. Thank you for explaining, Alan. Like, I can see how it would negatively affect people who have inherited homes that are over whatever limit they're starting from, like what'd you say, it was $3 million for a house, which could still put you in a neighborhood that isn't, I mean, like you inherited the house, you're probably not making that much, you're paying low taxes, you can still afford to keep it. This law would like hurt people who can do that, right? Who can still hold on to it. However, for the people who are living in homes that far exceed that amount, and I'm talking about like 5, 6, 7, 8, 24 million, 56 million, like, I don't know, and that's not like a percentage of homes. That's like a lot of, not the 24 and 56, but the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's like a lot of houses in California.
They don't have that money.
I'm sorry. I can't hear everybody at once. I'm sorry.
If you bought your house for $1 million and now it's suddenly worth $20 million, then you don't have the money to pay the taxes on $20 million. You didn't get the $20 million. It's just a speculative idea of what the house is worth. That's why they call it unrealized capital gains. They're going to assess your house and charge you for money that you never got.
Yeah, see, the thing is that's the thing. You don't, I mean, you buy a house, and let me, before I get on to what you just said on Normal, you know, the area that the fires were in, that's like a heavily black neighborhood.
Well, one of the areas.
I know that neighborhood. And those,
What's the name of it?
People,
What's the name
those
of it?
are nice in Altadena.
Altadena,
Those are nice houses, but it's not a
I have a question for
rich
Xerxes.
area. And those are the people that are affected. Yet, and the problem is, Xerxes, is that the way the left portrays it in California is that it's the billionaire class that are somehow aren't paying their fair share of taxes, and that you know, who can afford this anyways. But when you read the actual laws and the way those laws are structured, you realize that that's just a cover and it affects everybody. And the other principle is whether you buy a house for $20,000 and now it's worth $100,000, or whether you paid $1 million and now it's worth $10 million, the property tax laws were put there because the government was taking advantage of property owners and building the government on the backs of property owners, and that it became so bad that you had the tax revolt. And it's all things that the left hates because they just want to extract taxes. I agree, yeah, if you're worth $100 billion, yeah, you can afford it. But the principle is the law applies to everybody. And the fact that a billionaire benefits a little bit more is not a reason to penalize all of them.
So if you're worth 100 billion, my question to Xerxes is, why is it a good thing? So like whether or not you're taxing people earning $1 billion or $1 million or $100,000 or $50,000, like why is it a good thing? That's my question to you. It's like, let's say the tax is only people worth 100, like it's taxing on unrealized gains is what it is. So why is that a good thing regardless of what income bracket it is? That's my question.
Well, I'm not gonna, so regardless of what income bracket isn't really, I think that's a conversation that like maybe middle America can have. That's not a conversation that I can have as like a Californian. Cause like the different tax brackets are, you know, the difference between like, you know, you make $50,000 and for somewhere else that's like you're balling, but for here that you're at the poverty level.
Sure.
So I'll just deal with like the question of the homes. Like I think what I can see as like the good is like our state taxes tend to benefit a lot of people, right? And the taxes that have already been instituted mostly on wealthier people go to serve the people who are less wealthy, right? So this is already benefit number one. Also, like, I think what my brain is having an issue with is like for the people who maybe got inherited a house or maybe still living and bought their house in like 1980, whatever the fuck, and are paying that low percentage for like pretty much forever versus their neighbor, brand new neighbor who just moved in next door and pays whatever the property taxes are for 2026. I don't know, man.
Well, that's very simple.
Wait, you guys are
very simple. The neighbor who bought the house yesterday, 30 years from now, with inflation, his house, the price of his house and the taxes he's paying will seem extremely low to the neighbor sitting next to him who buys the house 30 years from now. Yes, it seems unfair to the neighbor now, but 30 years from now, everybody benefits from it.
Well, everybody doesn't, because 30 years from now, that person will be taxed at the inflated rate, right?
Yes.
So it's not fair to them, and that's what's been going on for the last 30 years, right?
Then have a flat rate. Like the solution isn't to gauge.
Right, but that's the part.
Is it fair
about fairness in a taxation system. So why don't we just like, I know that this is obviously never going to happen in the United States, but why don't we just throw away the entire tax system that we have in the United States? Why don't we we have a progressive tax system? Why don't we just make it a flat rate across the board? We're not making it a flat rate.
If we made it,
of course. Of course we wouldn't make it a flat rate across the board, because, and then people who are poor would pay an exorbitantly more taxes. Because like people who are rich in America pay proportionally. They pay way more. That's why this whole idea of like Bernie Sanders saying the rich need to pay their fair share of taxes. Look at who
and then we act like the rich in this country.
So I never brought up fairness. That was Alan that brought up fairness. What I see this as is like inefficient, and that's why I pointed out when Alan says, you know, in 30 years from now. So I just think 30 years back, right? When I'm pretty sure that this is around the time that proposition was passed. They're like, oh, sick, this is going to work for us. And then every single year for that 30 years, somebody next door doesn't get to benefit from that thing. And it's okay if you have space to do that. If there are new homes being built, there are new offers, there's not as many inequities in housing. I think like first time home buyer rates like have dropped to like a historic low, like 22% or something. So if you don't have those things, then this still works. But in California, you don't have that structure.
And you know, but the thing is, the issue is that like all the problems aren't caused by the perpetrators that we have been trained to believe cause them. And then like the solutions don't even solve the problem. We have the wrong perpetrators, and then we don't have any the solutions don't even solve the thing. So raising taxes does not help more homes.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. This language, using the language of perpetrator is a little bit weird to me, though, because like our rich people in the state are not always thinking that they're being antagonized by these things. They often want to help.
And everything that we blame all economic problems on rich people for the most part in the United States.
No, we don't.
It's all my fault.
So I just want to finish the idea.
You've been over the longest, Alan, so of course not.
The idea is that if only it were true, if only getting more tax dollars actually improved government. They've done the studies. Like I think Ezra Klein did.
It's not about government. It's about improving the community.
No. So who else?
It does do that. So just for example, are billionaires and millionaires being taxed like during the pandemic, right? Led to all of these programs to service people who didn't have things because of the pandemic, mostly kids, right? All of those programs being massively funded immediately. We had extra stimuli for low-income and needy families, free meal programs. People are brokering deals to get people stuff because we had a surplus from those people being taxed, right?
But
so it's not like that tax money doesn't work. It doesn't help. It does.
The way nothing is all or nothing. But the way that you're framing this is as if they increased the taxes on billionaires as soon as the pandemic hit. That's not even true.
No, that's not what I'm framing it as.
I know, but people who have more money have been contributing more to the taxes ever since we've had a progressive tax system. What I'm saying is something very specific, and then somebody else can talk. The only thing that I'm saying is that spending more money, the government getting more money doesn't equal more problems solved. And you see that in California. California is the biggest example of just increasing tax revenue alone doesn't do shit. The homelessness problem isn't because of too low. The problems in California isn't because rich people aren't paying enough. The problem in California is bad governance mixed with middle-class people having an interest to keep their properties high value because of NIMBYism. That's the issue in California, and any more taxes is just going to strain the economy even more. It's not going to solve the fucking problem, which is the biggest thing.
Yeah, I moved out of California. because of the governance of the state of California. I used to live there. I lived there for several years. I love the state of California. I lived in the Bay Area. Loved it. Wonderful restaurants. Great, like just a really, 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 really great place to live. one of my last things I did before I left the state of California was to vote for the recall of Gavin Newsom. Obviously, that wasn't successful. The Democrats are running that state into the freaking ground. Like, I'm sorry, like this idea that you got somehow correlating money being given to the government as somehow the people's lives get better. There's no evidence of that, and there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. There's a lot of evidence to the contrary.
And
So-
actually, that's hold on. Let me say this. Actually, it's not true. Listen, if I move to Nevada right now, my tax burden would go down by $200,000 a year, right? But as a person that is civically active in the state of California, and I actually study our budget, and yes, there are problems in our budget where there's excessive spending. We can't account for the $50 billion that was supposed to go to the homeless. We've now accounted for about $25 billion of that now.
Whose money was that? Whose 25 billion was that? Was that the people's money or the billionaires' money? Taxpayers' money? Whose money was that?
This was the taxpayer money. This was the measure that we
$25 billion.
Hold on. This was the measure that we passed. California's passed $50 billion measure to go to building facilities for the homeless and taking care of the homeless. But however, let me say this. California has a lot of programs. And yes, it does benefit. In fact, the life expectancy and the health of poor Californians is far more superior than in Republican-ran states in the South. Because in California, healthcare is pretty much for all. Access to healthcare is for all. Relatively okay healthcare facilities, and you get your mammograms and all the things that you need. There's a lot of programs that service the poor in this state, and that's what essentially we're being taxed, is to support those who are in the underclass.
Yeah, and
so you just did an amazing.
Yeah, wait, NPC. I waited for you. I waited for Ben. I waited for Mullen. To your point, Xerxes. Yes, I brought up fairness. But you said in terms of efficiency, and that's the point. When you talk about homelessness, I just read KB Construction, which is one of the biggest construction groups that has built most of, Irvine and Orange County. They're leaving the state. I remember 10 years ago being at government meetings where the local governments were screaming at the state because the regulations that the state has imposed, and this is the problem throughout California, the regulations and the taxes that the state imposes on the people who are the ones who actually create jobs, who are the ones, and more to this point, that create homes, who actually go in and build the homes, are leaving. And because they need to make money, and that's something that the California government doesn't seem to understand. They hate people who make money, and so they penalize them at every single turn, to the point where now it's like U-Haul has statistics on how many people are leaving California and what states they're going to. We lost a congressional, and I'll end with this, we lost a congressional seat in the last census because enough people left California to where we lost a congressional seat. Mm-hmm. That's how bad it is. So the idea that we're going to tax people, we're going to tax the rich, we're going to tax people who make money, and then that'll solve, as Ben said, and that how we'll solve these problems. It's not working. We can see that it's not working, and it's just ends up pissing everybody off. But it makes the politicians and it makes people feel good. Oh, we're getting those evil billionaires. If you really want to solve the problems, you got to look at it different.
I mean, how though? What's the different thing?
The different thing is there's. I want you to look up. So there's this guy from the New York Times. He talks about abundance liberalism, and I like what he's saying, because I think that we've been arguing really, really outdated, like, political like conservative, liberal. That's the left and right. That shit doesn't even really exist anymore because I don't even think there's a conservative party in the United States mainstream, but that's a different story. So when you look at abundance liberalism, it talks about efficient government. The problem with California is there's too much like proceduralism. So that's the reason why they haven't been able to build the railroad. Xerxes, look up how much they've invested in high-speed rail, and look up how much high-speed rail has been. Look up how much high-speed rail has actually been built, and then look at the time frame. Every single excuse cannot be okay, well, whatever. You have to look at these things. People don't have a problem with paying high taxes if the city actually works. That's like living in New York. People have a problem with paying high taxes when the subway isn't clean. People have a problem with paying high taxes when there's high crime. People have a problem paying high taxes when the public school system is shit. Where the fuck is the money going? You had to do just say 50 billion and you can only account for 25 billion? We're not talking about $50. We're not talking about like 50 cents and then you miss a quarter. We're talking $25 billion.
So were you gonna answer my question about how then?
The way that you improve, my bad, Edie. The way you improve is have effective government, cut down unneeded regulations so the government can move fast and responsibly. You cannot have a slow, high-paid government. It leads to corruption.
Okay, so since you guys have all of this insight, so like, can you give me 3 examples of like unnecessary regulations that significantly limit the progress of the state?
Yes. So the forest fires that happened, one of the reasons why the forest fires happened is because there was an air quality statute that
the fires at the beginning of last year?
The wildfires. Yes. Wildfires. One of the reasons why the wildfires happened is because they stopped doing controlled burns. Why did they stop doing controlled burns? Because the environmental groups added more stipulations and they were complaining about the air quality and they weren't able to do it because of the controlled burns. Now, imagine how the air quality was after everything was burned down. Hey, Sasa, don't eat that. Don't eat that. Set that up. So this is what I'm talking about. What we're talking about are examples of seemingly compassionate policy, all like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The environmental
that's just not true, so I'll take another example.
Wait, how
is it not?
Like, the wildfire started because of an arsonist, bro. Like,
No, but it wouldn't have been as big. Why?
So we can just, it's fine, we can just pivot to a different example. There's so many.
I didn't lie.
NPC, let me clarify.
Thank you.
That was exacerbated.
No. See, because it wasn't just because what those controlled burns do is they burn away the brush that they know will be a problem. It's called forest, managed forest. So that instead of it burning uncontrollably,
I really want to tell you that, right?
Thank you very much. I don't know why you're speaking. Thank you.
It's called the Urban Interface
So
Act.
when I moved to California, that was the norm. So you did not get as many wildfires, number one. And number two, the other part of this whole thing was they closed down, the city didn't have enough water to fight the fires. I know people, they were literally trying to fight the fires on their own properties.
Smoke some
and
weed.
The city cut off their water again because there was some minnow that or 2 weeks fish they were
Alan, I'm just gonna say, like, I feel where you're coming from. I'm just gonna address the statement as it was said to me. The fires begin because of an arsonist, the confluence of like really strong Santa Ana winds and like really extreme, unseasonable weather conditions. None of those things have to do with regulation, and none of those have to do with controlled burns. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna continue. It is true. Were you here? Because I was here. Okay.
So wait.
So
hang on.
so when
bit of an
you cut me off to.
Hang on one second. I'm a little bit of an expert on this because I studied it, and I made a series for Al Gore about this, about smoke jumpers in Montana. So is it Nathan, or no, it's NPC and Alan are 100% correct, and I'll explain to you how it is. California is a desert. That means we're not really, it wasn't designed for people to live there because there's not ready access to water. And it is very, very dry. It rains very seldom. And the landscape is designed actually to burn periodically. That's the natural condition of the Pacific Northwest, and in the case of California, all the way down to the Pacific Southwest. It's supposed to burn periodically. That's just the way the flora have evolved. So what the controlled burns would have done, and what they used to do, is they clear away, as Alan was suggesting, all of the underbrush. They clear away the fuel. If people had been held to the rule of keeping the fuel away from their homes, then the homes wouldn't have burned. The control burns do what nature normally does, but of course we don't want wildfires around our homes. So you have to burn away the underbrush periodically. This is basic wildfire science. And there are many books written about this.
Yeah, sure. And I think that would be true if we were not talking about this one specific example. Oh my God. You see how I just let Norm? Did you see how I just let Norm speak?
No, but you interrupted me to say that.
Okay, well then fucking talk, bro. Because clearly you just need to.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much.
Okay, even though he was addressing me.
You interrupted me to say that I was wrong. And what I want to say to you is that I'm wrong if you strawman me. If you make me say something that's stupid that I didn't say,
I can't make you do anything.
No, but I didn't say what you said. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying what caused the immediate fire. I'm talking about what made it worse, what turned it into a catastrophe. Because it wasn't, even if there is a fire, it's not supposed to get that big, even if there's strong wind. The way that they contained these fires was by doing controlled fires. That was my point. My point is that due to over-governance, bad governance, and bad policies with good intentions, California was turned into an inferno when it didn't have to be if they just did controlled fires. They didn't do controlled fires, even if there is an arsonist, which is proven. Even if there was an arsonist with the controlled fires, it would not have been the catastrophe that it was. That was my whole entire point. My whole entire point it wouldn't have been as big with controlled fires. I'm giving you an example of government inefficiency, and you're skating by it because you have an agenda and you're biased, and that's fine.
No, just like the way that you don't want me to assume what you were saying. You've amended your thing, and I listened. You're not going to assume what I was saying or what I am.
Let me address your point. We've always had wildfires in California.
Correct.
There have always been arsonists in California.
Correct.
There has always been the high times of high winds in California. But the impact of those fires was less, and they were more controlled than what happened last year because we had forest management. This was way worse, and it was way worse because the Democrats in the state, because of environmental concerns, quote unquote, stopped following the practices that help mitigate all of those other things you're talking about. So yeah, that's the difference. You're not wrong. Yes, we had it before. All of those things since I moved. It's not only the fires, it's then this subsequent mudslides, because then when it rains, there's nothing to trap the water and you get the mudslides like crazy as well. So all of that, all here, since forever, the difference is what we're complaining about is specifically that. It was way worse.
That's right. Yeah, it's catastrophic. I mean, it's supposed to burn periodically. There's no way around that. That's the point that controlled burns.
They would tell the Governor Newsom all the time. It's like, you need to thin out the forest, and he refused to do it.
Well, actually, I think that this might be a better question.
Like cover up for your lack of personality personality.
That sounds like a personal attack. It sounds like she said someone has a lack of personality. Might be me. So my question to Xerxes and anyone else who wants to answer it is, let's assume that taxes solve problems.
Where is
more tax money
where is that written? Where is that written?
No, I'm saying for the sake of argument, let's assume the more money a state has, the better its government is going to be. So let's assume that more taxes equals more power for the government to help poor people's lives be better. That's what the government uses money for poor people's lives to be better. So let's assume that. What do y'all feel like is the highest progressive tax percentage that we should ever reach when it comes to rich people? Whether it's Jeff Bezos or your person who makes like $750,000 a year. What should be the highest amount of a person's income?
It can't be any more than 50%. When I lived in New York City, I was paying 52% of taxes between local, state, and federal. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so anyone else other than a person who's actually paid high tax? Well, what should be the most that we're legally able to get from an individual?
500%.
15%.
Well, I mean, if you're going to tax unrealized gains, you're going to start taxing people's paintings and cars and things like that, even for the seller.
You know, the Revolutionary War started on a tax increase over 4%. So why?
Okay. So
that's because King George is coming after our tea.
So my last job was helping millionaires save money on their taxes. So, okay, great. So let's go to the comments. Let's say that we find Elon Musk. We look at Elon Musk. Oh, you filthy billionaire. You have all the money. Let's solve the world's problem by giving other people your money. That's going to solve poverty, hunger, all the things, homelessness. We can solve all the world's problems with your money. Let's take 90% of his money. Oh shit, actually, it's unsold Tesla stock. Fuck. So how do we get the money that's...
Well,
he's a billionaire because he's a billionaire because of unrealized gains. He's not a billionaire.
You can tax his Tesla shares before he even sells it with the new bill.
How the fuck does that happen?
It shouldn't really be that.
You get a tax bill at the end of the year.
What if we took out NGOs? What if we took away NGOs? Think about it. If we took away NGOs, you know, there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving around digits. My opinion.
No, but it's super unrealized.
Excuse me, hold on, Mr. MPC. I do apologize for interrupting. But you know, I'm hearing a lot of great dialogue talking about issues in California. But but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing, like we're talking about the forestry. Okay, you know, Norm brought up a very critical thing, and he even wrote a paper. He said about it, by basically controlling the ecosystem by eliminating dead debris, which naturally is fuel for fires. Well, let's think about this. Why did they deny controlled burns to destroy it? Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. And you could trace it down to, have a good sense of humor. Break down everything that's asked from the state of California, from the federal government, or not from the federal government, but asked in the taxes. And then if you look where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, hey, why is it get to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific